In the cobbled avenues of Marseille, 1984, Etienne Morel's flower shop displayed roses so vivid that sailors swore they still smelled sea salt. By day, he arranged bouquets for weddings, hospitals, and visiting cruise ships. By night, he arranged something subtler: routes for unregistered cash that moved from Corsican gambling dens to Swiss bank vaults, hidden in refrigerated vans marked with blooms. His acquaintances called him Le Fleurist, never boss or patron, because Etienne disliked titles that drew suspicion. The operation began innocently, if laundering ever can, when a bookmaker named Roland Castaldi asked Etienne to transport a suitcase on the weekly floral run to Nice. The suitcase rested under buckets of lilies, and for the favor Etienne received an envelope thick enough to settle a lingering mortgage. His conscience, trimmed like stems before dawn, accepted the bargain. Soon, other men visited the shop at closing time, each requesting midnight deliveries. Etienne's refrigerated trucks now returned with more than empty crates. They carried casino skim, black market cigarettes revenue, even silent investments from Parisian nightclub owners. Etienne's genius was the paperwork. Every bouquet left the shop with a handwritten tag quoting Latin botanical names, delivery times, and freshness surcharges. In his ledgers, these notations corresponded to currency denominations, bank account digits, and transit codes. A peony meant 10,000 francs. Aster, 5. No outsider suspected the ledger's floral encryption, and staff assumed their employer merely possessed an eccentric fondness for taxonomy. By 1987, cash flowed stronger than the Rhone. Etienne purchased a second storefront near the old port, then a modest villa overlooking Cassis, all registered to shell companies named after fragrant herbs. He hosted garden parties where local officials admired rare orchids and accepted subtle pledges of campaign donations. Power, Etienne realized, has an aroma. Faint, like freesia, but unmistakable once inhaled. Trouble germinated quietly. Roland Castaldi, emboldened by success, expanded into protection rackets on the docks, an arena policed by the Marseille's Brigade Financière. Captain Lucien Girard, meticulous and unhurried, noted that Castaldi's expenditures outpaced his declared income, yet no large transfers appeared in banking records. Girard's suspicion settled on cash-based businesses along the waterfront. A florist's refrigerated fleet, she reasoned, moved nightly without customs inspection. She opened file 147, Morel, Etienne, possible money courier. Etienne sensed scrutiny when a plain sedan lingered outside the shop for 3 consecutive mornings. He adjusted protocol. Trucks now left an hour earlier. Drivers changed routes weekly, and ledger codes were copied onto onion skin sheets burned after each run. He also visited Captain Girard's widowed father with a condolence arrangement, a gesture meant to buy goodwill or at least humanize the florist under suspicion. Girard noted the gift in her diary but tightened surveillance. Kindness, she believed, could itself be camouflage. The fracture arrived from within. Etienne's nephew, Laurent, a university dropout eager for quick status, managed the Cassis Villa's maintenance staff. Laurent discovered that the wine cellar's soil samples, shipped for horticultural analysis, actually concealed stacks of Frank's vacuum sealed against moisture. He confronted his uncle privately, half curious, half threatening. Etienne, ever calm, promised Laurent a future managing legitimate expansions, an herb farm perhaps, even hinting at eventual inheritance. He omitted mention of the risks that inheritance carried. Laurent wanted acceleration, not patience. Within weeks, he gambled at a Monaco casino using cash siphoned from the cellar. Losses mounted. Credit markers grew. To settle them discreetly, Laurent approached Captain Girard, offering testimony in exchange for immunity. Girard, who had assembled months of circumstantial evidence yet lacked direct links, recognized the opportunity like a rare bloom. She arranged a clandestine meeting at dawn on the Corniche. The sea mist, Laurent noted, smelled faintly of roses drifting from the port. Under oath, Laurent outlined the code of petals and stems, the freezer compartments retrofitted with false flooring, the offshore accounts labeled geranium, Daphne, iris. Gerard used the testimony to secure covert warrants. Over one humid August night, agents tailed 3 vans departing Etienne's warehouse. Thermal cameras recorded a detour to a shuttered greenhouse where suitcases exchanged hands. At 5 a.m., simultaneous raids unfolded. The shop, the villa, the greenhouse. Etienne, awakened by shouts among olive trees, offered no resistance. He merely requested the officers tread carefully around the hydrangeas. In interrogation, Etienne spoke softly, pruning jargon from his answers. He admitted transport but denied knowledge of criminal origins. Flowers, after all, passed through many hands. Yet the ledgers, seized intact despite his burn protocols, rendered silence futile. 5 thick volumes smelled of ink and eucalyptus. Their coded entries matched Laurent's testimony line for line. Trial convened in spring 1989. Newspapers favored horticultural metaphors, petals of deceit, bouquets of bloodless crime. Witnesses described how cash moved as gently as pollen on night air. Etienne listened, occasionally correcting Latin species names mispronounced by attorneys, a final insistence on precision. The court sentenced him to 9 years for laundering and tax fraud. Laurent received probation, his future transplanted to a distant city under watch. Captain Gerard filed the case under Operation Fleur de Nout. She later told cadets that the aroma of crime is seldom cordite. Sometimes it is lavender on refrigerated petals. Etienne served 6 years, tutoring fellow inmates in botany. Upon release, he opened a small greenhouse inland, selling seedlings to amateur gardeners. The new venture accepted only checks and maintained a single ledger, unadorned, its pages as clean as freshly cut stems. In 1966, when the post-war boom draped Los Angeles in steel and stucco, people knew Victor Harland as the architect who made modest buildings elegant. His firm, Harland & Stone, specialized in mid-rise offices with sun-slatted facades, structures that seemed honest, approachable, almost humble. Yet humility was an illusion penciled between margins. Victor's real design lay beneath floor plans, a lattice for laundering construction kickbacks and gently coercing city inspectors who depended on his signature for overtime consulting work. The first stroke of that hidden blueprint came after a lunchtime meeting with Dominic Dom Lazaro, a concrete supplier linked to the San Pedro docks. Dom complained that zoning delays on Wilshire were ruining schedules. Victor suggested a donation to the planning commissioner's favorite youth sports charity. The permit released in 3 days, the pour commenced, and Dom rewarded Victor with an envelope so thick it barely folded. That envelope funded a soft-carpeted drafting studio and planted a notion. Influence, if measured precisely, could be recycled like timber. By 1972, Victor oversaw 6 satellite LLCs that sounded civic, Sunline Redevelopment, West Coast Heritage Trust, but existed only in mailboxes. Contractor overages traveled through these shells, briefly resting abroad before returning as consulting retainers. Harland & Stone's public books looked pristine. Its private ledgers, typed on onion skin paper and housed in fireproof tubes, recorded every pivot / text. Azure equals $20,000. Signify Dom, / text. Ochre equals $50,000. Marked a new client from Vegas flush with casino cash. Colors replaced names. Percentages replaced emotions. Victor's power bloomed quietly. Planning staff received season box tickets at the Hollywood Bowl. Engineers were invited to lakeside retreats where blueprints floated beside fly fishing gear. and local banks renewed loans at subprime rates because Victor invested in their community art drives. Each favor felt like civic engagement until the ledger assigned it a color code. Yet every structure develops hairline cracks. In 1978, a meticulous junior auditor named Elaine Shore joined the city's redevelopment agency. Reviewing parking garage subsidies, she noticed repeat appearance of Sunline redevelopment, always as design advisor, never submitting drawings, always collecting the same rounded fee. She flagged the row, then 37 similar rows. Her supervisor advised caution. Victor's firm, he said, keeps the skyline honest. Elaine kept digging, copying invoices onto microfiche each evening before janitors arrived. Meanwhile, Victor faced a subtler threat. His partner, Matthew Stone, who preferred legitimate accolades to shadow profits. Stone learned that Dom's crews were mixing inferior aggregate to inflate yield. A cracked facade on Flower Street endangered Harland and Stone's reputation. He demanded Victor sever ties with Dom and the shell companies. Victor countered with numbers, pensions funded, scholarships endowed, payrolls secured. Stone replied, "We're architects, not accountants of corruption." The confrontation ended politely but left Victor sleepless. Stone's ethical fervor risked collapsing the lattice. Victor sketched contingencies. Buy Stone out, promote him to a ceremonial role, or, simplest of all, present him with a non-disclosure agreement linked to a lucrative severance fund quietly financed by the Ochre account. Stone refused the golden cage, threatening to alert the California Board of Architecture. Pressure converged. Elaine's audit memo, now 70 pages, reached the district attorney's financial crimes unit. Stone drafted a resignation letter that, if filed, would trigger mandatory firm review. Victor chose misdirection. He personally invited Elaine to tour the firm's new eco-model building, hoping to dazzle her into leniency. She accepted, notebook in purse, questions rehearsed. During the visit, Elaine noticed a color-coded wall calendar inside Victor's private mezzanine. Shades, azure, ochre, viridian, matched those on the suspicious invoices. She asked about them. Victor claimed they tracked seasonal lighting tests. The explanation felt rehearsed. She photographed the calendar when Victor stepped out to take a call. That call was Dom, furious that a building inspector had demanded retesting of the Flower Street concrete. Dom urged stronger measures. A busted taillight, maybe a shove down the stairs. Victor, who loathed overt brutality, warned that violence would splatter onto all of them. He promised to handle the inspector diplomatically and hung up, hands trembling over the receiver. Elaine's dossier, bolstered by the calendar photo, reached Assistant DA Marshall Keene the same week Stone's resignation landed on the board's desk. Keene saw leverage, flipped the ethical partner to corroborate the auditor's paper trail. Stone agreed, providing insider translations of Victor's color ledger, testimony that turned vague shades into precise dollar figures. On a drizzly January dawn in 1981, plainclothes agents arrived at Harland and Stone's glass-walled foyer. Draftsmen watched their principal architect led away, charcoal still smudging his cuffs. Warrants seized the onion skin tubes, the coded calendar, and transaction logs from 3 obliging Swiss banks, now eager to cooperate after new treaties on tax evasion. In court, Victor's defense painted him as a visionary trapped between bureaucracy and client demands. Prosecutors countered with color swatches laid out like paint chips, each linked to a transfer, a bribe, a laundered return. Stone's calm testimony and Elaine's forensic accounting left little canvas for doubt. Victor was found guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and wire fraud, sentenced to 10 years in Lompoc's minimum security wing. 5 served. Dom Lazaro, indicted separately, fled toward Mazatlan but was detained at a Phoenix layover, undone by an unpaid parking ticket that flagged his alias. He spent 8 years in federal custody, contemplating aggregate ratios behind razor wire. Harland and Stone reorganized under a new name. Stone implemented strict compliance protocols and dedicated a scholarship to aspiring architects from public schools. Funded, with ironic symmetry, by court-ordered restitution from Victor's frozen assets. Elaine Shore advanced to deputy controller, instituting audit software that flagged any vendor appearing more than twice without deliverables. Victor left prison gray-haired, hands steady only when touching blank drafting paper. He rented a one-room studio in Santa Barbara, designing seaside gazebos for modest fees. No shell companies, no coated pallets, just graphite lines that rose, intersected, and supported weight honestly. Locals said his smaller structures felt lighter, as though freed from hidden loads. The skyline he once guided thrummed beyond reach, but on quiet evenings he could still glimpse it down the coast, an intricate silhouette reminding him that every edifice, however grand, rests on integrity or crumbles when the inspector finally sets a true level. Silas Cy Carver arrived in New York during the winter of 1978 with a Samsonite briefcase, a second-hand overcoat, and an address scrawled on a matchbook, the Velvet Lantern Lounge, Hell's Kitchen. The club's owner, Leo Lucky Marchese, already controlled 3 dockside warehouses, a meatpacking union, and the neighborhood's nightlife economy. What he lacked was a man who could soothe frightened accountants and nudge reluctant aldermen without ever raising his voice. Cy's calm baritone and habit of listening before speaking made him indispensable within weeks. Lucky's empire began with cash-only poker nights behind the Velvet Lantern's velvet curtains. By 1980, the games funded a discreet loan service for small restaurant owners, each loan secured by a silent partnership clause. Cy drafted the contracts on heavyweight ivory paper, inserting clauses that seemed fair until a payment was missed and the borrower discovered the cost of leniency. A controlling share quietly transferred to a Marchese shell company. No brass knuckles, no midnight visits, just signatures, notarized under the low chandelier's glow. With every new acquisition, Cy fine-tuned the laundering cycle. Cash from the poker tables flowed to the meatpacking company as cold storage fees, was wired to an offshore consultancy in Curacao, and returned to Manhattan as development capital for a string of corner delis. The books balanced so neatly that even routine IRS probes passed over them like rain on oiled cloth. Lucky rewarded Cy with a penthouse in the Ansonia and an Ebel chronograph that Cy kept wound to the minute. Precision comforted him. Power rarely announces its pivot point, yet in April 1986 it arrived in the form of a nervous city clerk named Benjamin Rourke. Rourke entered Cy's office clutching a manila envelope that trembled like a trapped moth. Inside lay zoning affidavits proving an alderman had sold riverfront permits to Lucky at a quarter of market value. Cy read the documents, half listened to Rourke's stammered request for a small consideration, and recognized the clerk's deeper motive, fear. Cy agreed to a monthly stipend in exchange for Rourke's silence, adding a confidentiality rider so meticulously phrased that the clerk left believing he had orchestrated the arrangement himself. The envelope became Cy's insurance policy, locked inside a safe deposit box at Manufacturers Hanover. It was, he told himself, a spare parachute for a flight that still appeared steady. 6 years passed. Lucky expanded into Queens, Cy into the quiet rituals of respectability. Fundraisers, art gallery openings, polite nods from men who suspected nothing yet benefited all the same. Trouble surfaced not as a raid or an indictment, but as a whisper. Lucky's youngest lieutenant, Vincent Vince Costa, had begun skimming from the poker rake. Cy audited the ledgers and confirmed the shortfalls, never more than 2%, but steady, methodical. He scheduled a private meeting in the Lantern's closed kitchen, where the smell of bleach lingered long after the cooks had left for the night. Cy outlined the discrepancies and offered Vince a choice. repay the missing funds quietly or step away from the operation. Vince, 26 and eager to prove himself, interpreted the offer as an insult. He chose a third path, appealed directly to Lucky with accusations that Cy had fabricated the numbers. Lucky listened, stone-faced, then summoned Cy to his townhouse. Over espresso, he asked a single question. Could Cy prove Vince was lying? Cy's pulse slowed, not quickened. He had prepared for this moment since the manila envelope crossed his desk years earlier. He explained the skimming, then added a gentle reminder that any disruption might pique federal interest, particularly if certain zoning irregularities resurfaced. Lucky said nothing, but his eyelids lowered in calculation. The house seemed colder as Cy left, his breath faint in the April night. He realized he had crossed from counselor to blackmailer, even if the word felt too crude for the mechanism he had set in motion. The next morning, Vince Costa disappeared from the Lantern's payroll. Rumor placed him on a freighter to Lisbon, though no passenger list confirmed it. Lucky accepted Cy's numbers without further debate. Yet something between the two men had cracked, imperceptible but widening. In 1992, Special Agent Dana Holt of the FBI's New York office reopened dormant files on waterfront corruption. Holt noticed an odd regularity. Every Marchese company submitted tax returns prepared by separate firms, yet the footnotes repeated identical phrasing, a stylistic fingerprint Cy never thought anyone would read side by side. Holt initiated a covert paper chase, tracing the offshore loops until a Curacao bank officer, threatened with indictment, surrendered transaction logs. Holt needed a linchpin witness, someone whose signature threaded through each ledger. On a mild Tuesday in June, agents approached Cy outside the Ansonia. They were courteous, even deferential, yet their questions made clear the depth of their documentation. That night, Cy walked the penthouse alone, weighing options while the city hummed below. At 3 a.m., he retrieved a key taped beneath his desk drawer and visited the safe deposit box. The zoning affidavits still smelled faintly of carbon paper. The following afternoon, Cy requested a private audience with Lucky in the Lantern's shuttered back room. He placed the affidavits on the green felt table between them. Lucky read the pages, lifted his eyes once, and understood. Cy proposed a deal. He would surrender to federal agents, plead guilty to conspiracy, and insulate the core family by limiting testimony to municipal corruption. In exchange, Lucky would guarantee no retaliation against Cy, his sister in Jersey City, or the aging mother he visited each Sunday. Lucky agreed, not with words but by sliding the papers back across the table and extinguishing his cigar. Cy exited through the alley, where Agent Holt waited beneath a flickering street lamp. The arrest was quiet. Even the handcuffs felt ceremonial. In court, Cy's measured testimony outlined a decade of laundering schemes, yet he spoke nothing of extortion or violence. He received 7 years at Otisville, serving 4 after teaching a financial literacy course that drew respectful attendance from guards and inmates alike. Lucky Marchese remained free, but his influence frayed. Banks closed credit lines. City contracts evaporated under public scrutiny. By 1997, the Velvet Lantern became a jazz bar with a new name. Its past erased except for a faint indentation on the office door where Cy's brass nameplate once hung. In the hush of federal archives, Cy Carver's case file is labeled Operational Takedown via Voluntary Cooperator. Yet among agents who study it, the lesson is simpler. Loyalty can buy silence, until the receipt for that purchase becomes the very instrument of collapse. Boston's waterfront in 1972 breathed diesel and salt, a gray labyrinth where freighters unloaded coffee, copper, and secrets before sunrise. Among the longshoremen, Eddie Brogan blended in, mid-50s wool cap, clipboard tucked beneath one arm. Officially, he was Local 214 selected delegate, charged with shift rotations and safety grievances. Unofficially, Eddie decided which crates passed inspection, which trucks idled unchecked, and which rumors reached the harbor master. His authority traveled softly, like fog sliding between warehouses. Eddie's rise began after the Great Freeze of '58, when a pier collapse left 3 stevedores dead. He advocated for widows, negotiated pension bumps, and earned a reputation as the man management could work with. Shipping executives offered small favors, first-class rail tickets, a complimentary Mercury sedan, that Eddie accepted, then parlayed into loyalty schemes. By 1965, the delegate controlled overtime rosters. Anyone seeking extra hours left $10 in an unmarked cigar box near the time clock. The money funded weekend clam bakes. Public, generous, and oddly inexpensive for feasts serving 200 men. The real profits floated elsewhere. A Providence entrepreneur, Salvatore Sal Morocco, approached Eddie with a proposal as delicate as tissue wrapping. Certain containers, falsely declared machinery parts, would include crates of untaxed Turkish cigarettes. Eddie's dock captains would wave them through, and in exchange local 214's pension fund would receive a guaranteed 8% annual return. Eddie requested a week to think, spent 3 days pacing Castle Island, and agreed on the 4th after calculating that 8% on millions could shore up pensions for decades and purchase silence with benevolence. Documentation became Eddie's craft. He learned to adjust manifest ink densities so customs officers saw original stamps rather than recent forgeries. He kept meticulous dual ledgers, a worn spiral notebook for official tallies and a leather-bound diary listing code names: Seagull for Morocco, Oyster for cigarette shipments, Anchor for transport trucks. Only Eddie held both keys, one literal and one mental. The notebook was locked in his desk. The diary remained in his coat pocket, pages written in an idiosyncratic shorthand that mixed Gaelic phrases with stevedore slang. By 1978, imports expanded beyond cigarettes to include wristwatches, denim, even small pallets of Colombian coffee that skipped FDA sampling. Eddie funneled profits into scholarship funds for dock workers' children, interest-free loans for fishing boats, and annual Thanksgiving turkeys distributed from the Union Hall. Gratitude wrapped him like a down blanket. Few asked how generosity grew as cargo volumes officially shrank. Trouble drifted in on a September morning disguised as a new customs supervisor. Margaret Hale, former IRS auditor, calm-eyed, armed with patience. She noticed that local 214 containers cleared inspection in record time despite inconsistent serial sequences. Hale ordered random holds, disrupting schedules and forcing Eddie's crews into overtime without advance notice, an affront to his careful equilibrium. Eddie responded with courtesy, offering Hale a tour of the refurbished pension office and highlighting union literacy programs. She smiled, accepted coffee, and ordered more surprise audits. Pressure mounted inside the alliance. Morocco worried that delays would sour overseas suppliers. He urged Eddie to manage Hale. Eddie declined intimidation, violence he believed attracted headlines. Instead, he studied the supervisor's patterns. She carpooled from Quincy, attended Wednesday Mass, favored lemon tea. Eddie arranged for local 214's charity board to donate new pew cushions to Hale's parish, a gesture noted but not reciprocated. Hale's inspections intensified. The fracture appeared not from Hale, but from within Eddie's trusted circle. Dennis Flaherty, a young pier foreman deep in gambling debt, began siphoning cartons from contraband pallets, selling them to a Southie bar owner. Inventory gaps rippled up the chain. Morocco concluded Hale wasn't the leak. Flaherty was. Furious, he demanded Flaherty's removal permanent if needed. Eddie refused lethal measures, arguing the docks thrived on predictability, not fear. Morocco gave a deadline. Eddie summoned Flaherty to a deserted wharf after sunset. The harbor lights danced on black water while gulls shrieked overhead. Eddie spoke quietly. Confess to Hale, claim solo theft, shield the larger web, and in return the union would cover debts and relocation. Flaherty, knees shaking, agreed. The next day he walked into Hale's office clutching a single carton as evidence. He described lifting a few boxes, nothing more, blaming temptation and casino losses. Hale sensed a partial truth. Theft, yes. Scale uncertain. She accepted the carton, filed paperwork, and suspended Flaherty pending investigation. Morocco considered the confession too neat. Convinced Eddie stage managed the narrative to protect himself, he sent a plain envelope to Hale. Anonymous manifests, the Gaelic-coded diary pages stolen from Eddie's coat during the union banquet. Hale, recognizing the mixing of Gaelic and dock slang, cross-referenced dates against customs logs. Patterns emerged. Container numbers recurring on nights Eddie scheduled skeleton crews, pension fund deposits spiking days later. Warrants followed swiftly. On a cold December dawn in 1980, agents converged on Pier 7. Eddie, inspecting winch cables, watched blue jackets fan across the yard like winter birds. He offered no resistance as Hale approached, reciting his rights with measured clarity. The longshoremen stood silent, caps in hand, unsure whether to curse betrayal or pray for their caretaker. In federal court, Eddie's calm never wavered. He acknowledged falsified manifests but emphasized pension solvency, scholarships, the turkeys. Prosecutors called it racketeering. Defense counsel framed it as community-based risk management. The jury convicted on multiple counts of smuggling and conspiracy. Eddie received 10 years at Allenwood, serving 6 after exemplary behavior overseeing the prison workshop's safety committee. When Eddie walked free in 1987, the waterfront had modernized. Container cranes replaced gangs of hookmen. Computer terminals logged every pallet. Local 214's new leadership met him for coffee, thanked him for the still robust pension, and offered a consulting role strictly above board. Eddie declined. He rented a small boat repair shed on the North Shore, spending afternoons sanding hulls, evenings writing advice columns for a maritime newsletter under the pen name Old Hand. He never returned to Pier 7, but dockworkers claimed that on foggy mornings, a figure in a wool cap could be seen near the bulkhead, nodding once toward cranes that now answered to computers, not clipboards. Thus ended the quiet reign of the union delegate who owned the docks. Proof that sometimes the softest voice can steer an empire, until tides shift and cargo too heavy for conscience finally breaks the ledger's spine. Berlin, 1994. Cranes cut the sky where the wall had fallen, and every vacant lot seemed primed for rebirth. Into this boom stepped Jacob Kramer, a soft-spoken surveyor whose Leica theodolite looked as old as his corduroy coat. City planners respected him. Investors barely noticed him. That invisibility made Jacob ideal for what he quietly assembled. A property laundering carousel that spun East German ruins into West Berlin capital, then back again as squeaky clean equity. Jacob's rise began with a single attic full of archives. After reunification, restitution claims for expropriated buildings clogged municipal offices. Jacob offered help, mapping titles, tracing heirs, summarizing boundaries. For many claimants, the paperwork felt insurmountable. They signed durable powers of attorney granting Jacob authority to expedite sales. He gathered deeds like pressed flowers, each weighed down with nostalgia and legal uncertainty. Financing arrived through Victor Haas, a Hamburg notary turned venture broker who liked deals that closed before banks could ask how. Victor proposed a structure. Jacob's company, Nui Horizonte GmbH, would purchase disputed properties for modest sums, renovate on paper, and flip them to shell trusts in Liechtenstein. The trusts, funded by clients Victor never named, paid premiums that dissolved the chain of origin. Jacob, who once measured walls millimeter by millimeter, now measured profit in leaps. A cracked plaster facade could yield a five-fold return once its history was blurred. The laundering loop worked because every step looked logical in chaotic times. City subsidies rewarded renovation. Liechtenstein trusts, allegedly representing foreign pension funds, seemed eager to revitalize Berlin's East. Jacob filed meticulous grant applications, new roofs here, energy-efficient windows there, attaching staged photos of scaffolding that stood only long enough for inspectors to visit. By 1997, Jacob controlled 43 addresses between Mitte and Prenzlauer Berg. The press called him the caretaker of forgotten streets, praising his habit of cycling to sites at dawn. Tenants appreciated quick fixes. Leaking pipes repaired overnight, stairwells painted a calming sage green. Yet beneath the paint payments shifted in loops. Rents wired to a Berlin bank, forwarded to a Vienna holding firm, then slid into Liechtenstein as heritage preservation dividends. City officials, drowning in post-wall paperwork, stamped approvals with relief. Fracture arrived through an unassuming resident, Dr. Lotte Brenner, a retired archivist whose brother's bakery once occupied the ground floor of Jacob's flagship building. Lotte, reviewing compensation records, noticed that the listed purchase price for her family's former shop was 1/10 market value, signed by an heir living in Uruguay who, according to family letters, had died in 1989. She confronted Jacob outside the courtyard, asking how a deceased relative had signed a 1995 deed. Jacob smiled, promised to investigate, and pedaled away, heart drumming louder than any demolition hammer. Lotte's instincts led her to the Landeskriminalamt's Economic Crimes Unit, where Inspector Felix Arendt already nursed doubts about rapid property flips. Arendt collected sales ledgers, grant applications, subsidy receipts. What puzzled him were identical renovation invoices filed across different addresses on the same date, each signed by a contractor who had dissolved a year earlier. The pattern remained shadowy until Lotte provided the forged Uruguayan signature, a fixed point to anchor a wider fraud map. Arendt's team began Operation Sage, named after Jacob's favorite stairwell color. They discreetly interviewed current tenants, photographed facades that supposedly housed new insulation yet showed original GDR-era brick, and subpoenaed payment flows. Banks, now sensitive after international pressure on money laundering, supplied records. Funds originating in Moscow corporates, routed through Cyprus, landing in Liechtenstein trusts that immediately wired acquisition capital to Neue Horizonte GmbH. Meanwhile, Victor urged acceleration. A Slovak investor, codenamed Nordlicht, wanted 10 buildings before year's end. Jacob hesitated, the gossip of audits, the archivist's questions, but Victor dismissed fear. Paper, he said over espresso at the Hotel Adlon, is stronger than concrete if you stack enough of it. Jacob nodded, though sleep came sporadically. December snow revealed the first external crack. A subsidy inspector, revisiting a renovated attic, found bare rafters and frostbitten pigeons where blueprints promised loft apartments. He filed an anomaly report that slid across Arendt's desk the same hour bank data finally aligned with forged invoices. Warrants formed like ice on the spree. Dawn on February 12, 1998. Unmarked vans rolled into Jacob's quiet street. Officers in plain coats entered Neue Horizonte's office, a converted bakery whose sign still smelled faintly of yeast. Jacob was drafting a grant schedule when Arendt appeared, polite, almost apologetic, but with authority irrevocable. Boxes of files stacked taller than survey poles left the premises. Hard drives followed, tagged with evidence seals that shimmered under fluorescent lights. Interrogation was conversational. Jacob, fatigued, explained the restitution maze, the investor's hunger, the city's desperate need for renewal. He spoke of bridging past and future, phrases that once convinced grant committees. Arendt replied by laying out photographs. Identical scaffolding at 5 addresses, time-stamped the same morning. Invoices signed by a contractor proven to be Victor's brother-in-law, resident in Majorca since 1993. Numbers replaced nostalgia. Jacob faced charges of fraud, money laundering, and document forgery. His cooperation, however, proved invaluable. He provided shell company registers, loan agreements, email chains. Victor, arrested at the Danish border with a briefcase of bearer bonds, received 9 years. Russian capital behind Nordlicht evaporated into opaque jurisdictions but ceased buying Berlin bricks. At trial, Jacob's statement filled the courtroom with unexpected calm. He admitted measuring profit more carefully than people's histories, conceding that the city he loved deserved better than staged scaffolding. Judges weighed contrition against scale, sentencing him to 6 years, parole after 4, and a lifetime ban on holding fiduciary property roles. Released in 2002, Jacob returned to surveying, but now for a non-profit that authenticates restitution claims free of charge. He rides the same bicycle, like a slung over one shoulder, stopping often to verify that walls align with deeds and that signatures belong to the living. Locals still see sage green stairwells around Mitt, testimony to a time when new paint covered old shadows, until a careful archivist and a patient inspector stripped color back to brick, exposing the ledger lines beneath. In 1979, Len Hartley walked into the London Borough Planning Office wearing a camel coat and politely asked for a list of derelict row houses along Bethnal Green Road. He explained that his consortium, Hartley and Sons Developments, wished to renovate affordable housing. Clerks marked him down as a civic-minded builder. None knew that Hartley and Sons had no registered sons, no previous filings, and a single shareholder. Len himself, late of Wandsworth Prison, released 12 weeks earlier after serving 5 years for illegal bookmaking. Hartley had learned a lesson behind bars. Street gambling was noisy, redevelopment was quiet. Property, he decided, provided 3 unmatched advantages. First, it turned dirty cash into bricks that no constable could seize without a warrant. Second, planners preferred paperwork to pistols. Third, no one asked whether a contractor's cement had been purchased with untraceable betting slips, so long as the houses stood level. Len secured a modest loan from an East End moneylender named Victor Vic Gosling, pledging a 25% return within 18 months. Gosling agreed, content to let Len carry the risk. He had other collections to manage, chiefly with brass-knuckled urgency. The first months felt almost wholesome. Len hired out-of-work dock carpenters, paid them fair wages, and spent evenings printing glossy brochures that showed brick facades bathed in imaginary sunlight. He underreported the renovation costs on invoices, sweeping the difference, thousands of untaxed pounds, into a side account labeled consultancy. Those funds paid off racing bettors who still believed Len was their governor. Slowly, the bookmaker blended into a builder. In 1981, a surprise came wrapped in starch. Merrill Jacobs, an Oxford-trained accountant sent by Vic Gosling to verify the loan's progress. Merrill was precise to a decimal, fond of chamomile tea, and entirely fearless. She toured gutted terraces, examined skip receipts, then suggested Len incorporate a shell management company to collect rent, insulating the loan proceeds from potential asset seizures. Her reasoning was impeccable, so Len offered her a partnership on the spot. 10% of gross rental income for maintaining all books. Merrill accepted, stipulating one clause: no undisclosed ledgers. Len agreed, crossing fingers behind his back. Their upgrades succeeded beyond rumor. By late 1982, Hartley and Sons owned 13 refurbished flats, each leased to upwardly mobile young professionals fleeing pricier neighborhoods. Tenant rent checks fed through Merrill's tidy ledgers, while Len funneled an equal amount of betting money, still earning interest in back-alley pools through inflated maintenance charges. To auditors, the flats worked twice as hard as they really did, and Vic Gosling's investment paid out early. Success breeds impatience. Len eyed a boarded Georgian warehouse near Spitalfields Market. Its purchase price, £140,000, lay beyond the cash he could whiten theatrically. Vic Gosling authorized another loan but demanded a slice of ownership rather than interest. Len balked. Shared deeds invited scrutiny. Merrill suggested courting a different lender, Mid-Capital Savings, a recently chartered building society hungry for development deals. She would prepare respectable accounts showing Hartley and Sons as a textbook small business. Vic's name would appear nowhere. Len agreed, believing he could manage two masters in separate ledgers, one immaculate, one ink-stained. For several months, the scheme sang. Mid-Capital released staged payments as scaffolding climbed the warehouse facade. Merrill drafted status letters describing restored sash windows and historically accurate brickwork. Meanwhile, Len skimmed 10% from each drawdown, converting it to cash for Vic, who assumed he alone funded the refurbishment. Whenever Vic visited the site, Len guided him along corridors still under tarpaulins and mumbled about budget overruns that explained why no profits yet materialized. The inevitable crack opened not in bricks but in bookkeeping. Mid-Capital initiated a routine audit, dispatching a junior examiner to match invoices against bank transfers. The examiner flagged an anomaly. Maintenance bills from a non-existent joinery firm, Clapham Millworks, for work supposedly done on properties still enveloped in scaffolds. Len had made up Clapham Millworks during a late-night scramble to backfill Vic's skim. Merrill, discovering the fabrication, confronted Len in her narrow office above a solicitor's shop. "This line item cannot stand," she said, tapping the ledger. "Remove it or supply genuine proof of work." Len attempted charm. "It's only a placeholder. I'll square it before submission." Merrill's reply was a quiet, "We agreed on no undisclosed ledgers." She closed the book, clipped her hair back, and walked out, taking her duplicate records. 2 days later, she scheduled a confidential meeting with Mid-Capital, intent on protecting her professional license. Word of the meeting reached Vic through his own informants at the bank. Vic felt betrayed twice, by Len's silence and Merrill's potential whistleblowing, and ordered a hasty midnight visit to Len's townhouse. Yet Vic, ever cautious, arrived alone, preferring threats to theatrics. He warned Len that if regulators learned about double-financed renovations, default clauses would let Mid-Capital seize collateral, leaving Vic's unsecured loan worthless. "Fix it," he growled, "or I fix you." But Merrill had already provided Mid-Capital with photocopies of original ledgers noting Vic's phantom capital injections. A joint task force quietly placed both Len and Vic under surveillance to map links between property laundering and illegal gambling. Detectives tailed Len on the night he drove toward Spitalfields carrying 2 jerrycans. When he parked in a darkened side street, officers approached without sirens, their footsteps muffled by drizzle. Len surrendered, more exasperated than frightened. The warehouse stood unharmed. The plot died on damp cobblestones. The trial in spring 1984 unfolded in a Crown Court heavy with damp air and tabloid curiosity. Prosecutors narrated a tale of dual ledgers, back-alley bets, and redevelopment as laundromat. Merrill testified with composure, emphasizing that her employer repeatedly falsified invoices after promising transparency. Vic offered leniency for limited cooperation, confirmed the gambling loans but denied ordering arson. His brass-knuckled reputation shrank beneath fluorescent lights. Jurors saw a worried moneylender, not a gangster. Hartley and Sons dissolved. The renovated flats passed to a housing charity. Tenants continued paying rent unaware their walls once balanced illicit bets. The Spitalfields warehouse, never torched, eventually became an artist's studio annex. Len left prison in 1990, gray and lean. He visited Bethnal Green Road one evening, observing how clean signage and espresso bars replaced betting shops. He smiled faintly, a bookmaker glimpsing odds he could no longer calculate, and walked on, hands in overcoat pockets, into a city that had forgotten his silent conversion of bricks into laundered dreams. Leonard "Len" Russo never looked the part of a mid-century Chicago crime boss. He wore pale cardigans, kept his hair neatly parted, and carried a fountain pen in the same breast pocket every day. By training, he was a bookkeeper, the youngest son of Sicilian immigrants who prized order above bravado. That taste for tidy columns led him, almost accidentally, into the orbit of Salvatore Guarini, the city's fading Prohibition-era capo. In 1951, when Guarini's ledgers stopped balancing and the tax men began to whisper, Russo was summoned to fix the mess. He did so in a single snowy weekend, reorganizing the liquor fronts, the jukebox route, and the modest gambling houses with the brisk efficiency of a small-town CPA. Guarini paid him $2,000 and told him he would never be let go. For the next decade, Russo stayed in the background. He audited tavern receipts, moved cash into meatpacking payrolls, and learned the delicate choreography of bribery. The alderman's nephew who got a no-show union job, the precinct captain whose mortgage was mysteriously paid down each Christmas. Russo's genius was invisibility. He created shell companies with forgettable names, Midwestern Vending, Grand Lakes Real Estate, and used them to launder weekly bundles of small bills into clean, taxable profits. By 1963, Guarini's empire was solvent, if not thriving, and federal investigators cataloged it with grudging admiration. They knew money was being washed. They simply could not trace the rinse cycle back to Russo's quiet desk. Yet power, once tasted, rarely stays hidden. When Guarini suffered a fatal heart attack behind his favorite cigar shop in 1964, 3 lieutenants expected a bloody scramble for succession. Instead, Russo invited them to a Lincoln Park townhouse and produced a typed, notarized directive naming him interim custodian of all Guarini assets until such time as a stable reorganization may be effected. The paper bore the aging boss's signature, the family lawyer's seal, and a date from 2 weeks earlier. Whether Guarini understood what he had signed was irrelevant. The lieutenants saw that the banks, judges, and suppliers already recognized Russo's new authority. No shots were fired. The cardigan had outmaneuvered the gun. Russo ruled through numbers, not fear. He shifted the operation from hijacking to city contracts, from bootleg liquor to coin-operated amusements. A single pinball machine, he told his men, attracted no suspicion and produced a river of quarters that flowed straight into legitimate bank bags. He expanded into suburban shopping centers, leasing storefronts to his own cleaning services and ice cream stands, each paying rent to another shell he controlled. By 1970, the family's declared income exceeded $3 million, taxable and therefore respectable. Russo paid what he owed the IRS. His legend grew precisely because he kept nothing off the books. But loyalty bought with prosperity is fragile when the cash slows. The first hairline crack appeared in 1973 after Congress passed new banking laws requiring detailed currency transaction reports. Russo responded by purchasing a sleepy farm credit bank in rural Illinois, planning to file his own paperwork at a leisurely pace. It was clever, but it drew the attention of Special Agent Rebecca Malloy, a newly promoted forensic accountant at the Treasury Department. She noticed that the tiny bank processed more coin deposits in a month than most Chicago branches did in a year. Malloy began compiling records, pulling car rental logs, and quietly interviewing low-level clerks who never saw Russo but cashed his envelopes. Inside the organization, whispers spread that Russo had grown cautious to the point of paralysis. Ambitious captains argued that ski mask robberies and warehouse thefts still turned a faster profit than laundromats. Russo countered with charts and ratios, but charts do not thrill men who yearn for fast danger. In 1975, a trusted lieutenant named Carlo Beans Vitali diverted gambling income into his own slush fund, convincing himself that the boss would never notice. Russo noticed within 3 days. He summoned Vitali to a downtown diner, slid a manila envelope across the formica, and murmured that the missing money had already been restored from Vitali's personal accounts. Russo's tone remained courteous, yet Vitali left the meeting knowing he had been gently, irrevocably exiled from real power. Vitali's resentment found an eager listener in Agent Malloy. Facing indictment for unrelated narcotics charges, he traded stories for leniency. He explained how the quarters moved from jukeboxes into armored trucks, then into the farm credit vault, then into cashier's checks that funded suburban real estate. Malloy finally possessed the living thread connecting shell companies to their hidden puppeteer. All she needed was a misstep. It came when Russo purchased a derelict hotel near O'Hare Airport under yet another alias. Illinois law required notarized disclosure of any beneficial owner exceeding 25% interest. Russo, ever confident, signed under a childhood nickname, El Rossi, assuming no one would reconcile it with his formal surname. Malloy did. On a gray February morning in 1978, federal marshals filed into Russo's North Shore residence as calmly as process servers. They found him at the kitchen table, balancing the accounts of a vending subsidiary. The indictment listed 37 counts: wire fraud, bank fraud, racketeering, and conspiracy to evade currency regulations. Russo neither protested nor bargained. He merely asked permission to finish his coffee before being led away. In court, he declined a jury, requesting a bench trial that he must have known he would lose. His closing statement, delivered in a quiet monotone, conceded every numeric fact while disputing the interpretation of intent. The judge, unmoved, sentenced him to 20 years at the federal penitentiary in Marion. He taught basic accounting to fellow inmates, helped the prison library catalog donations, and kept a meticulous garden of herbs behind the education wing. Outside, the organization he had sculpted crumbled within months, its captains reverting to smash-and-grab schemes that attracted swift police attention. By 1980, the Garini Russo crew existed only as a cautionary footnote in law enforcement seminars. Proof that a criminal empire built upon precision rather than violence could thrive, until precision itself left a paper trail too neat to ignore. Russo served 14 years, earning reductions for good behavior and the quiet affection of prison staff. Upon release in 1992, he returned to a modest condominium purchased through legitimate wages he had earned teaching inmates. He lived another 8 uneventful years, passing away in his sleep over a stack of neatly balanced household ledgers. In the end, his fall was not marked by bullets or betrayal, but by the same fidelity to numbers that had once elevated him above the street. The ledgers, perfectly ordered, testified that the calmest architect of Chicago's mid-century underworld had been undone by his own devotion to the balance sheet. Henri Duclos stood on the Pont de Grenelle at dawn in 1983, watching barges glide beneath the Paris skyline. To most passers-by, he looked like any mid-level banker savoring a cigarette before work. Yet inside the mahogany files of Banque Nouvelle, Henry's brisk signature authorized wire transfers that carried Corsican heroin profits to Swiss trusts and Caribbean shell firms. He was 40, bespectacled, and famously polite, the last man anyone pictured at the center of Europe's most disciplined laundering ring. Henry's ascent began a decade earlier in Marseille, where his first job involved auditing seafood exporters. One client, a sardine cannery owned by Lucien Lulu Campana, always reconciled books too perfectly. No spoilage, no late invoices, only immaculate margins in an industry known for rot. Henri, intrigued, traced outgoing payments to a Luxembourg branch and mentioned the anomaly during a routine dinner. Lulu eyed him for a long moment, then suggested a different career trajectory. Within 6 months, Henri had resigned, taken a quiet post at Banque Nouvelle's compliance desk, and started ironing Lulu's figures into the global banking fabric. The task was deceptively simple. French ports bustled with cash from the so-called French connection, yet customs scrutiny grew sharper each year. Lulu needed wires that looked like vanilla commerce, nothing flashy, nothing overtly criminal. Henri designed a pipeline he called La Brume. The mist, small, frequent transfers routed through legitimate export invoices. A crate of Sardinia-bound tuna might cost 18,750 francs. Tucked inside that line item sat 16,000 francs of heroin revenue. The bank's automated systems saw seafood, not narcotics. From 1974 to 1980, Henri refined La Brume with near-academic precision. He hired 2 junior clerks whose only task was to adjust exchange rates by fractional points so totals appeared random. He staggered deposits across 5 time zones, ensuring that no regulator reviewed more than an isolated fragment. Parisian supervisors called him Monsieur Miniature, Mr. Meticulous, a compliment he wore like a pressed lapel. Power, however, accrues weight. Lulu's cousins in Corsica demanded faster turnarounds. South American suppliers requested their own slots in the mist. Henri responded by creating fictitious cash flow models for a dozen shell companies, olive oil traders, art shippers, even a charity for Mediterranean coral reefs. He kept master ledgers in a single composition notebook, handwritten in cautious ink, stored behind a false panel in his apartment's bookcase. Only 3 men knew where it was: Henri, Lulu, and Jules Martin, a reserved notary who certified property deeds for the ring. The system might have drifted on indefinitely had Henri not attended a 1982 banking conference in Zurich, where a Swiss officer remarked that French regulators planned a new declaration obligations for any transfer over 15,000 francs. Henri realized La Brume would soon glow like neon. He proposed a pause, 3 months to redesign the pipeline. Lulu refused, citing impatient Colombian partners and Corsican politics. The polite banker found himself caught between calculus and bravado. Enter Lieutenant Claire Berard, a 32-year-old financial investigator fresh from the École Nationale d'Administration. Unlike traditional police, she preferred spreadsheets to stakeouts. Assigned to the new Financial Crimes Task Group, she began indexing every seafood exporter in Marseille, cross-referencing wire patterns against seasonal fish yields. One cannery's invoices never aligned with trawler logs: Lulu's plant. Claire traced the discrepancy to Banque Nouvelle, flagged Henry's unusually consistent approval codes, and opened what she called Operation Brouillard, the fog. Claire's first approach was subtle. She invited Henri to lecture interns about anti-laundering protocols. During Q&A, she asked about exchange rate irregularities in commodity exports. Henri answered smoothly but felt a chill. Someone had lifted the edge of the curtain. That evening, he retrieved the composition notebook, intending to relocate it, only to find the hiding panel ajar. The notebook remained, yet a fine layer of dust was disturbed. Fear, thin and clinical, settled over him. Henri confronted Jules Martin, suspecting the notary had been approached. Jules, overwhelmed by gambling debts, confessed. Claire's team had offered leniency in exchange for information. He had yielded names, dates, even the bookcase's secret. Henri realized the fog had become a mirror. Every number now reflected back at him. He weighed flight. Geneva beckoned with discreet lawyers. Panama offered treaty loopholes. But Lulu's cousins shadowed him day and night, ensuring loyalty. Unable to run, Henri attempted one final maneuver. He forged a memo suggesting that Banque Nouvelle's deputy director, an ambitious executive named Fournier, had ordered the suspect transfers. The ploy aimed to scatter culpability and buy time. It failed within 48 hours. Claire's task force executed simultaneous warrants at the cannery, Jules's notary office, and Henry's apartment. They found the notebook exactly where Jules indicated, each page a cartographer's dream of illicit finance. Henri surrendered without protest, adjusting his glasses as agents catalogued evidence. Lulu escaped temporarily to North Africa, but was arrested in Tangier 2 weeks later when Moroccan customs discovered undeclared bearer bonds in his luggage. Trials unfolded in austere courtrooms along the Seine. Press coverage was muted, partly because the government feared revealing how porous its banking defenses had been. Henri, ever courteous, clarified process details under oath, explaining La Brume as though lecturing students. He received 11 years at La Santé prison, less than Lulu's 17, due in part to his cooperation outlining shell company mechanics. Fournier was cleared, yet his career dissolved under the taint. In 1993, Henri emerged on parole, a slimmer man with tremors in his hands. He moved to a village near Tours, teaching mathematics at a lycée, living in a modest flat overlooking the river, water still moving, but now without mist. Lieutenant Claire Burrard, promoted to chief inspector, kept the composition notebook in her office safe. Occasionally she opened it, not for evidence, but to remind recruits that crime often whispers rather than shouts, and that even the quietest banker can leave ripples large enough to map. Frankie Lito began peddling groceries through Manhattan's Lower East Side in 1942, a thin teenager navigating streets slick with rain and wartime rationing. His easy grin and punctual arrivals impressed grocer Sal Puglisi, who also managed deliveries for a quieter clientele. Numbers racket collectors funneling wagers from tenement hallways to hidden counting rooms. One afternoon Sal asked Frankie to swap lettuce crates for sealed manila envelopes and ride 5 extra blocks. The boy accepted, reasoning that an errand was an errand. Within months, the bicycle had become an unofficial badge of trust. Frankie's route lengthened from Orchard Street to Little Italy, then north toward Midtown pawnshops. He never opened the envelopes, never lingered near pickup windows, and never complained when schedules shifted at the last minute. His silence pleased Vincent Uncle Vince Conti, a mid-tier capo in the Gennaro crew who oversaw the city's lottery slips. Uncle Vince watched Frankie glide past pushcarts and, seeing potential in the courier's unassuming nature, offered him a modest weekly retainer and a used navy blue overcoat, something less noticeable than that red wool thing. By 1947, Frankie was 22, still lean, still quick on 2 wheels, but now the trusted custodian of routes connecting barbershops, cigar stands, and basement social clubs. The job required punctuality and memory more than muscle. Each Monday he received a folded map with freshly penciled arrows. By Friday, every arrow had to become a cleared debt. Uncle Vince paid bonuses in war bonds, explaining that legitimate paper made better padding than cash if anyone asked about sudden savings. Frankie framed the advice as gospel. Success invited complication. The Gennaro crew's profits outgrew shoeboxes and migrated into an uptown dry-cleaning chain, Continental Pressing, where registers rang louder on balance sheets than on hangers. The laundering, simple, almost elegant, allowed Frankie's sealed envelopes to morph into brown satchels of small bills dropped after midnight. Frankie, still riding his bicycle, still wearing the navy overcoat, began feeling the weight of money through handlebars and brakes. He told himself the city's hills were steeper these days. Change arrived through Alvin Weiss, a Treasury Department auditor fresh from Navy service, assigned to trace counterfeit ration stamps but increasingly focused on unusual cash deposits. Weiss noticed that Continental Pressing's Columbus Avenue branch declared Tuesday night revenue triple that of the flagship shop on Broadway, despite half the pressing machines. He drove past at closing time, expecting bustle, but saw only a lone attendant locking up and a young man leaning on a bicycle across the street, coat collar flipped against the wind. Weiss filed a preliminary irregularity report and returned 2 weeks later with a plainclothes partner. This time he followed the cyclist, watching Frankie weave south, stop behind a bakery, hand off a satchel to a man with flour on his sleeves, then vanish into traffic. Weiss noted street names and timings, sketching a tentative web of stops. He lacked proof of crime. He had, however, found a pattern. Inside the organization, unease simmered. Police chatter suggested someone was diagramming routes. Uncle Vince convened a late-night meeting in a shuttered pool hall, instructing collectors to randomize pickups and to give the kid a car. Bicycles stand out. Frankie protested that he lacked a driver's license. Vince waved away the concern, promising forged papers by morning. The overcoat, Vince decided, should stay. It had become part of Frankie's camouflage. Switching to a Ford sedan felt to Frankie like trading ballet shoes for concrete boots. Traffic lights slowed escapes that a bicycle slipped through effortlessly. Worse, the routes grew longer because the car could carry more, and extra volume meant extra risk. He kept driving, though, because Uncle Vince had never steered him wrong. Weiss, observing the shift from 2 wheels to 4, recognized escalation. He petitioned for wiretap authorization on Continental Pressing's business line. Over a month, snippets of code words, steam tickets, double starch, blue tags, suggested synchronized drops. Yet the tapes alone could not bridge cash to crime. Weiss needed a physical handoff. The break came on a foggy November night in 1949. Frankie, exhausted after 5 stops, pulled into a narrow alley behind a pool room near Houston Street. 2 collectors loaded bulging satchels into his trunk and muttered about next Wednesday's sweep. Weiss and a police liaison, shadowing 3 cars back, watched through windshield condensation. As Frankie merged onto Lafayette, squad cars boxed him in, lights low to avoid spectacle. Officers opened the trunk. Money tumbled out like spilled coal. Frankie's first words were not protests but a bewildered, almost apologetic, "I'm just the courier." At the precinct, Weiss separated Frankie from hardened bookmakers and spoke gently. He offered a ledger. Cooperate, diagram every route, testify about laundering inside Continental Pressing, and the government would recommend minimal sentencing, perhaps probation. Frankie stared at calloused hands that still bore bicycle chain oil beneath the fingernails. Loyalty felt heavier than any satchel he had carried. Yet he realized loyalty to men he never fully knew might now cost decades. He nodded once and asked for a pencil. The testimony unraveled the quiet empire. Continental Pressing turned out to be a facade spanning 5 boroughs and 3 states. Its steam tickets a census of backroom wagers. Uncle Vince, blindsided by the courier's decision, entered court in a tailored suit and exited with a 20-year sentence. Frankie, after 6 months in a federal halfway house, relocated under a new name to Buffalo, where he managed a legitimate bicycle repair shop near the Erie Canal. Customers described him as soft-spoken, punctual, and rarely without a navy blue overcoat, even in July. Years later, commuters on quiet Buffalo mornings sometimes spotted an aging man gliding along the towpath, pedaling with an effortless rhythm that suggested he once knew every shortcut in Manhattan. He kept his head down, avoided envelopes, and, when asked for deliveries, smiled politely and said he preferred things that traveled under their own power. The overcoat flapped behind him like a flag of modest freedom, proof that sometimes the smallest wheels carry the weightiest secrets until the moment they refuse to turn. Laurence Laurent Barraud cut an unremarkable figure in 1980s Marseille. Pressed linen suits, mild manners, and a baritone voice that never rose above a conversational murmur. His seafood export company, Mediterranean Traders, occupied a narrow quayside warehouse near the old port. Above the hum of forklifts and the briny scent of sardines, Laurent ran a quieter enterprise, facilitating covert money transfers for the Corsican milieu that had rooted itself in the city since the post-war years. The arrangement started modestly. Corsican boss Antoine Paoli needed a channel to move gambling proceeds from Paris's clandestine baccarat rooms into Swiss accounts. Officially, Laurent's firm shipped red mullet and tuna to Zurich, Cologne, and Rotterdam. Unofficially, false invoices for premium bluefin, disguised bundles of francs vacuum-sealed inside fish crates, then packed under dry ice. Laurent's efficiency impressed Paoli, who rewarded him not with flamboyant gifts, but with protection contracts and predictable percentages. Loyalty seemed less a demand than a shared posture. Speak softly, move delicately, enrich each other. By 1986, Paoli's earnings soared, and Laurent's warehouse became an indispensable junction. A second loading bay was added, nominally for scallops but in fact for high-value bearer bonds couriered from Brussels. On paper, Mediterranean Traders ballooned from a regional exporter to the fourth-largest seafood concern in southern France. Customs agents who questioned the rapid growth received gift baskets of vintage Bandol wine and quiet assurances that the boom reflected rising Japanese sushi demand. Most accepted the explanation. A few logged suspicions in forgotten dossiers. Yet expansion bred friction. Paoli's nephew Émile, 30 and hungry for autonomy, believed Laurent was skimming elegance, subtracting discrete percentages before profits reached Corsica. Émile had never seen Laurent lose composure, and that calmness irked him the way steady rain irritates a leaky roof. He lobbied Paoli to audit the books. Paoli demurred, arguing that distrust would spook their golden goose. Émile simmered, then approached a different, more patient audience. France's newly formed Central Office for the Repression of Banditry, OCRB, whose mandate was to dismantle organized crime's financial circuitry. An OCRB lieutenant, Sonia Delmas, met Émile in a Montparnasse cafe under the pretext of selling diamonds. Émile, smelling leverage, offered ledgers and a future testimony, on one condition: immunity. Delmas accepted the handshake, aware that Paroli's promises could evaporate, but intrigued by the crack within Paoli's circle. Meanwhile, Laurent sensed a shift he could not yet name. Truck schedules arrived altered. Couriers requested unplanned overtime. Émile's calls became curt. Laurent responded by tightening procedures, new locks, staggered manifests, internal audits that revealed nothing overtly missing. Still, his instinct nagged. Years earlier, he had framed a poem above his desk. A trap's first sign is the silence that invites you forward. He began listening for that silence. On an overcast April dawn in 1988, 3 refrigerated lorries rolled through the port checkpoint, manifests citing 40 tons of turbot bound for Genoa. Inside the crates, OCRB agents found not fish but 76 million francs in shrink-wrap stacks. The drivers, low-level dock workers, surrendered without protest. Delmas's team seized shipping logs bearing Laurent's signature, then positioned unmarked cars outside Mediterranean Traders. Laurent was supervising a pallet of genuine monkfish when sirens flared. Agents entered quietly, almost politely, reading warrants in measured tones. Workers stepped aside. Laurent offered no resistance, only asked to phone his accountant so the staff receives wages on time. In the interrogation suite he remained courteous, confirming ownership of the warehouse, explaining the export routes, but denying knowledge of illicit cargo. Delmas slid photographs of the seized francs across the table. Laurent studied them as if reviewing a stranger's wedding album, then neatly folded his hands. What followed was a duel of patience. The OCRB lacked a direct confession. Laurent lacked certainty about who had betrayed him. 2 weeks into detention, Delmas revealed Émile's cooperation. A subtle tremor passed through Laurent's left eyelid, the only outward sign of impact. That evening, he requested a legal pad and composed a 16-page statement mapping Pauli's operations. Casinos in Auteuil, counterfeit perfume factories near Grasse, extortion rackets in Bastia. Each section included dates, account numbers, and intermediary names. The final paragraph stipulated relocation for his immediate family and a reduced sentence in exchange for testimony. Delmas, recognizing the breadth of the revelation, forwarded the offer to the Marseille prosecutor. Émile, assuming Laurent would maintain omerta, continued business, now positioning himself as his uncle's indispensable strategist. 3 months later, a synchronized sweep across southern France and Corsica arrested 23 associates, including Émile, on charges ranging from racketeering to customs fraud. Pauli, cornered in Ajaccio, surrendered after a tense phone call with his lawyer confirmed that Laurent's statement alone could bury him for decades. The empire, built on salted ice and sealed envelopes, thawed under fluorescent courtroom lights. In December 1989, Laurent stood in a paneled chamber layered with cigarette haze. He spoke quietly, almost apologetically, guiding judges through the anatomy of laundering hidden within export codes and freight tariffs. Pauli received 27 years, Émile 8. Laurent, honoring his agreement, was sentenced to 5 with parole eligible after 19 months for cooperation. Upon release, he disappeared into a witness protection suburb near Lyon, rumored to manage a small chain of legitimate fishmongers. Locals described him as polite, reserved, occasionally found reciting market prices as though calming himself with numbers. He no longer wore linen suits, yet kept the poem about traps framed above a modest desk. Marseille's port still bustled, cranes swinging over Mediterranean blue, but the old whispers carried less certainty. Loyalty, they realized, was neither bought nor sold. It was borrowed, fragile, and callable like a risky loan. And in the quiet between crashing waves and humming refrigeration units, one could almost hear the echo of that borrowed loyalty collapsing, first softly, then all at once. Marcus Marty Varela entered Chicago's underworld quietly, led not by a gun barrel but by a column of numbers. In 1959, at 27, he joined the small accounting office of Russo and Delaney on Rush Street, a firm whispered to specialize in creative ledgers. The city's rackets were shifting. Older bosses who relied on muscle were realizing that balance sheets could be as lethal as Tommy guns. Marty, trim and bespectacled, seemed born to fill the gap. At first his tasks were benign. He reconciled nightclub receipts, matched liquor orders to delivery slips, and filed tax extensions for men who never appeared in person. What changed everything was the arrival of Carmine Russo's newest venture, a string of vending machine routes newly legalized by the state. The machines dispensed cigarettes, gum, and occasionally, in the dead of night, envelopes stuffed with cash. Carmine needed someone to wash the flow so it looked like quarters and dimes jingling through metal hoppers rather than bundles of marked bills. He chose Marty, who accepted with an almost embarrassed nod. Within 2 years, Marty ran an underground network of phony laundromats, empty bowling alleys, and seasonal ice cream stands. Each location produced just enough legitimate income to justify the avalanche of vending revenue that Marty reported. Quarterly, he met Carmine in the back of a barbershop to summarize figures on cream-colored paper, his columns neat and his voice steady. Carmine listened, half smiling, amazed that invisibility could be purchased so cheaply. Guns bought territory, but Marty's pencil turned territory into a fortress. The rise made Marty an unlikely legend. Bookmakers spoke his name in hushed admiration. Dockworkers, who never met him, toasted his ghost payroll. Yet adoration bred envy. Benny Delaney, Carmine's impulsive nephew, resented that a man with no stomach for street fights now earned bigger cuts than seasoned bruisers. Benny persuaded Carmine to let him shadow Marty for security. Marty, who sensed the unspoken threat, merely opened more spreadsheets. By 1965, the fortress began to crack. A federal task force, newly created to examine crossing state cash flows, flagged a bakery in Gary, Indiana, that reported monthly sugar purchases triple the regional average. An IRS analyst followed the curiosity through a maze of wholesalers and found links to 5 laundromats bearing identical banking signatures. M. Varela. Still, evidence was thin. Regulators needed a lever and discovered one in Benny. Benny had cultivated vices, high-stakes cards, louder nightlife, bluster that spilled beyond safe circles. One winter evening, he lost $18,000 in a Lake Geneva lodge and settled the debt with counterfeit chips. The lodge's owner, a government informant, traded Benny's blunder for clemency on his own tax evasion. Within weeks, agents subpoenaed Benny, hinting at prison unless he supplied a bigger fish. Benny faced a choice: betray family or lose freedom. He chose a third path: manipulate Marty. He told the task force he could wear a wire. He then convinced Marty that agents wanted Russo, not them. Just walk through the numbers like a normal audit, he insisted, and we'll bury them in details. Marty, trusting procedure over instinct, agreed. On April 2, 1966, inside the barbershop, he described every laundering circuit, each shell company, each courier schedule, speaking calmly while Benny's lapel transmitter hissed. Indictments landed fast. Carmine was arrested during a haircut. 6 Confederates followed. Marty, escorted from his suburban condominium, looked more disappointed than surprised. Federal prosecutors expected him to fold immediately, but interrogation revealed his true armor: meticulous documentation that doubled as leverage. Marty offered to illuminate not just Russo's empire but competing families in Kansas City and Cleveland, provided he received witness protection and a modest stipend. The government, hungry for a multi-city purge, accepted. Carmine's trial became evening news. Jurors stared at ledgers projected onto courtroom screens while Marty, the quiet narrator, guided them through a decade of invisible fortunes. He recited figures without malice, as though auditing a stranger's books, only pausing to sip water. Defense attorneys tried painting him as mastermind, but the documents showed Carmine authorizing payouts. Marty's unemotional clarity left little room for doubt. Convictions followed: racketeering, tax fraud, conspiracy. Sentences totaled 112 years. Benny Delaney, expecting leniency, received 5 years for obstructing justice. The wire's usefulness paled beside his counterfeit chip scheme. In prison, he discovered that betrayal's dividend often arrives as isolation. Marty vanished into a federal relocation program, resurfacing, some said, as a rural New England treasurer who kept town budgets impeccably balanced. Rumors persisted that he still skimmed, only this time for retirement, not rackets. Others believed he learned to enjoy an ordinary paycheck, having witnessed what excess invites. Chicago's underworld adapted, hiring new accountants yet imposing stricter loyalty tests. Older capos muttered that numbers were dangerous in the wrong hands. Younger ones countered that without numbers there was no empire at all. Through it all, Marty's legend endured, proof that a man with a ledger could raise a dynasty, then quietly lay it in the grave, all by turning pages. The fortress he built of columns and decimals had crumbled, but in its ruins lay a sober lesson. In organized crime, the surest weapon is always information, and the most devastating pull of the trigger can be the soft scratch of a pencil across paper. Patrick "Paddy" Malloy began hauling crates along Boston's Commonwealth Pier in 1948. A 19-year-old with shoulders broad enough to hoist 2 barrels at once and a habit of counting every step between the cargo hold and the gangplank. Older dock hands teased him for tallying pallets under his breath, but the habit drew other eyes. Within 6 months, George Reardon, an amiable union steward known for settling disputes with envelopes rather than fists, asked Paddy to keep a second set of figures, ones that never reached the shipping office. The task was deceptively small. Each week, Paddy noted how many cartons of Canadian whiskey truly left the pier and how many appeared on the manifest. The gap, traced through a modest notebook, funded nightclubs from Southie to the North End. Paddy's pay rose. His mother's rent disappeared. Nobody missed the extra crates because Reardon greased the customs clerks with cigars and season tickets to Fenway. In 1953, the arrangement matured. Reardon, freshly promoted to treasurer of Local 612, discovered that Paddy's knack for numbers matched his steady hands with a ledger. He invited him to a smoke-hazed back office above Kelly's bar. There, Reardon spread insurance forms, pension vouchers, and a thin envelope of dues marked discretionary. He explained that union coffers could grow faster if temporary loans flowed to a silent partner, Graham "Grim" Donnelly, a bookmaker who bankrolled waterfront taverns. Paddy would convert 10% of every dues batch into cashier's checks, purchasing non-existent safety equipment for ships already decommissioned. The checks landed in Donnelly's betting parlors, washed among legitimate bar receipts, then re-emerged as interest paid back to Local 612. Everyone, Reardon assured him, won. Paddy agreed on one condition: no strong-arm tactics on the pier. He believed that a clean routine, cranes lifting at dawn, ledgers balanced by dusk, kept suspicion low. Reardon laughed softly, toasted the principal with a glass of rye, and handed Paddy a brass key to the office safe. Through the late 50s, Boston's harbor thrummed with cranes, and Paddy's scheme slipped among them like tidewater. Dock workers received regular raises. Widows collected pensions on time. Reardon built a lakeside cottage while Donnelly sponsored boxing matches that drew crowds too busy cheering to question financing. Even the Coast Guard captain who shared rounds at Kelly's praised the union's orderly records. Trouble drifted in on a foggy November morning in 1961, when containerization reached the Atlantic coast. Metal boxes replaced burlap sacks, computer punch cards replaced handwritten manifests, and the gap between real cargo and paperwork narrowed. Donnelly pushed Paddy to accelerate laundering before machines made skimming obsolete. Paddy resisted, arguing that sudden surges in equipment invoices would shout louder than a tugboat horn. Reardon sided with Donnelly, assuring Paddy that auditors still trusted ink more than magnetic tape. While the men debated, a quiet observer studied them. Special Agent Nora Whitlock of the Treasury Department's newly formed strike investigative unit. Whitlock had grown up in Charlestown, daughter of a dock worker who died from an unfiled injury claim. She specialized in following money through labor funds, tracing pension checks that seemed heavier than actuarial tables predicted. A whistleblower, a junior clerk denied a promised promotion, handed her photocopies of Local 612 invoices for lifeboat upgrades billed to phantom vessels. Whitlock mapped donor addresses, discovering they matched Donnelly's betting shops. She began visiting the pier under the guise of researching workplace safety. Paddy noticed the young woman in a camel hair coat asking longshoremen about new life vests no one had seen. He felt, for the first time in years, a stitch of unease in the harbor air. Reardon shrugged off Paddy's worry. Auditors loved paperwork. Local 612 had mountains of it. Yet Paddy knew that numbers, like ropes, fray if pulled too taut. He revisited the office safe, reread notebooks spanning 13 years, and realized each entry, every loan, every fictitious upgrade, created a trail exact enough for any determined tracker. Donnelly offered a blunt solution. Burn the ledgers, move operations to Newark, and let the ocean swallow the past. Reardon hesitated. Fires attract fire marshals, and Newark docks carried their own predators. Patty proposed another path. Pause the laundering, await the shift to full container operations, then restart under new software too technical for Whitlock's unit. Donnelly dismissed the idea with a grin that showed gold molars. Days later, Patty entered the office to find the safe open, ledgers gone, and a faint smell of cigar smoke. Panic tightened his chest. Either Donnelly had taken the books to bury him, or Whitlock now possessed a confession in neat columns. That night, as freezing rain needled the pier, Patty skipped Kelly's and walked the seawall alone, weighing loyalty against survival. The choice was made for him. At dawn, federal agents, state troopers, and Whitlock herself stepped onto Commonwealth Pier with sealed warrants. They seized punch cards, pension files, and 2 crates of whiskey mislabeled gospel tracts. Reardon was escorted from Kelly's, coat half-buttoned, muttering that auditors had misunderstood patriotic donations. Donnelly was arrested in a Beacon Hill townhouse, still wearing his boxing sponsor jacket. Patty did not resist. He unlocked the office drawer containing his final notebook, this one honest, and handed it to Whitlock. His cooperation trimmed his sentence to 4 years in a low-security prison near Springfield. Reardon received 8, Donnelly 10. Local 612 was placed under federal oversight. Pension checks kept flowing, though now every cent was audited twice. On release in 1967, Patty returned to the harbor, but container cranes had replaced the old latticework, and no foreman needed a ledgerman with a history. He moved inland to Worcester, took night classes, and became a mathematics teacher at a vocational high school. Sometimes he lectured about balance, describing how a pier withstands weight only when every load is counted honestly. His students assumed he spoke purely of engineering. Only Patty and the harbor waves, audible in memory, understood the deeper calculation. Peter Aldridge's reputation in 1970s West London began with a single habit. He never removed his suit jacket, not even in July heat waves that turned Soho's alleyways into ovens. A charcoal 3-piece and a dove-gray silk tie marked him as a gentleman, and that image was essential to his quiet ascension from corner bookmaker to the secret banker of London's backroom gambling scene. He started small in 1969, renting a smoke-stained shop on Barrack Street where punters placed off-track wagers on horse races at Goodwood and Ascot. Officially, Peter logged only modest bets and paid taxes like any honest turf accountant. Unofficially, he ran evening sheets after normal hours, recording high-stakes slips for club owners and crooked stockbrokers who preferred their vices unregistered. Because Peter kept wagers in neat ledgers, settled promptly, and spoke in measured tones, word spread that his shop was safer than the racetracks themselves. Within 3 years, the cash flow dwarfed legal takings. Peter needed a laundromat for bank deposits, so he purchased Harrington and Rowe, a struggling Seville Rowe tailor. The front windows displayed handcrafted jackets. The upstairs cutting room became a staging area where stacks of betting cash were pressed flat beneath suit irons, wrapped in tissue, and labeled fabric advances. Each Friday, rolls of notes traveled in garment bags to cooperating banks in Jersey, then returned as legitimate invoices for exported tweed. The system was elegant, silent, and perversely British. Peter's circle expanded to include nightclub proprietor Diane Keane, whose basement casino accepted chips denominated in sterling. Diane admired Peter's restraint. He drank weak tea while others gulped whiskey, and introduced him to affluent clients. One was Clive C.J. Jameson, a disgraced equities trader barred from the city after an insider dealing scandal. Clive wanted redemption or at least fresh income. Peter saw utility in the man's financial savvy and mild desperation. He offered Clive a minority stake in Harrington and Row on 3 conditions. Never question the cash, never gamble in Diane's club, and never wear loud colors. Optics mattered. For a while, the alliance thrived. Clive developed new customer lists, Diane steered baccarat profits to Peter's ledgers, and Seville Row tailors stitched suits for rock stars who paid half with publicity and half with bundles of untraceable notes. Peter's calm authority held the structure together, his soft voice the metronome of trust. Trouble arrived in 1977 with the formation of Britain's Gaming Board Fraud Unit, tasked with auditing unlicensed casinos. A junior investigator named Malcolm Reed fixated on Diane's club after noticing irregular electricity usage, record high consumption between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. on weekdays. Reed's preliminary raids netted only minor infractions, but he filed a report suggesting that an unseen financier controlled the club's balance sheets. That line drew Clive's eye when, through an acquaintance at Lloyd's, he acquired a leaked copy of the report. Clive panicked. Years of navigating market scandals had left him allergic to regulators. He urged Peter to halt laundering immediately and pivot to fully legal tailoring. Peter refused, insisting that stopping would trigger scrutiny faster than continuing. Their first argument breached the partnership's composure. Clive, perspiring, muttered an ultimatum: buy him out or face exposure. Peter, unruffled, offered a slower plan: reduce high-stakes bets by half, then phase out cash shipments before Christmas. Clive found the timeline insulting. Unknown to Peter, he phoned investigator Reed the next morning, proposing a confidential meeting to discuss irregular suits. Reed, intrigued by the offer, suggested a discreet rendezvous at Paddington Station, a place where businessmen blended with commuters. That foggy Tuesday, Clive arrived with photocopies of evening betting sheets and a memo detailing fabric advances. In exchange, he wanted immunity and protection. Reed recorded the conversation, then requested verification: bank transfer numbers, tailor invoices, anything concrete. Clive promised documents within a week. Peter sensed betrayal through absence. Clive skipped 2 payroll sign-offs and avoided Diane's club. Peter instructed his Seville Row manager to audit outgoing garment bags and discovered 1 missing entry dated the same day Clive met Reed. He did not confront anyone. Instead, he moved the next scheduled cash shipment forward by 48 hours and rerouted it to a Liechtenstein branch under a dormant company name. The goal was surgical retreat rather than open confrontation. The following Monday, Reed secured a warrant to search Harrington and Row. Agents arrived at dawn, their knocks echoing along the quiet street of polished brass plaques. Tailors in white smocks stared as officers dismantled sewing tables, uncovering only chalk dust and stray buttons. The upstairs cutting room was pristine. Iron still warm, but no cash, no ledgers. Reed's frustration deepened when Peter produced flawless export records and VAT returns. "We sell suits, Inspector," he said gently. "Not secrets." Reed's last card was Clive. He placed the informant under formal protection and pushed for an arrest warrant based on Clive's testimony. Yet the Crown Prosecution Service balked. Without physical evidence, one disgraced traitor's word was a shaky foundation. Peter remained a free man. Diane's club paid back taxes and reopened under stricter licensing. The fraud unit quietly reassigned Reed to a different division. Clive, ostracized and without the immunity he thought guaranteed, left London for Mallorca, where he attempted real estate brokering but found few partners willing to trust him. Rumors said he spent nights in beachside bars explaining how a tailor's iron could flatten fortunes. Peter, meanwhile, closed the Barrack Street bookshop and refocused on bespoke tailoring. Demand for his suits remained brisk among politicians and actors who valued discretion stitched into every scene. He no longer ran evening sheets, preferring dividend checks from Liechtenstein that arrived with clockwork regularity. Sometimes, when measuring clients, he would adjust a lapel and remark, "The cut hides more than you think," a line delivered with the faintest smile, a reminder that the silence of silk can muffle almost any confession, provided one never removes the jacket. Victor Vic Mancini first appeared on the ledgers of Manhattan in 1958 as nothing more than a junior bookkeeper at a modest import firm on Mulberry Street. His desk, always tidy, sat beneath a faulty fluorescent bulb that hummed like a distant wasp. While other clerks cracked jokes over coffee, Victor mastered columns, percentages, and loopholes, discovering how numbers, shuffled quietly, could erase burdens or conjure wealth from thin air. In those silent discoveries, a seed of power took root. By 1963, the import firm was a facade for the Lombardi outfit, a mid-sized crime family fighting for space against larger syndicates. Salvatore Lombardi, its cigar-voiced patriarch, disliked courtroom drama and bloody headlines. He wanted revenue that stayed invisible. Word traveled about the young accountant who could balance anything. One late November night, Lombardi invited Victor to a private supper above a shuttered cafe in Little Italy. They discussed tax brackets over marinara, and by dessert Victor controlled every ledger the outfit owned. Taverns, vending routes, coin laundries, even a trucking cooperative out in Jersey. The arrangement looked legitimate, smelled legitimate, and, thanks to Victor's intricate layering, paid almost nothing in tax. Victor's rise was silent but swift. He never fired a gun, never raised his voice, rarely left a paper trail in his own name. Instead, he invented shell distributors, each no more than a rented mailbox in Delaware, funneled cash through them, and reinvested it into real estate under yet another chain of holding companies. By the early 70s, Lombardi's men felt untouchable. The outfit declared fewer than 2% of its true income and still sailed past IRS audits. Agents saw only spotless binders that Victor produced on request, complete with forged vendor receipts aged by coffee stains and smudged thumbprints for authenticity. But power has gravity, and even invisible empires cast shadows. In 1976, the outfit muscled into a mid-Atlantic garbage haul contract controlled by the rival Cavallo family. Trucks were torched, threats whispered. Salvatore Lombardi trusted Victor to cool tensions, not with force, but with numbers. Victor proposed a joint holding company that promised everyone a slice, burying ownership under layers too complex to unravel quickly. The truce held. Yet inside the truce, resentment fermented, especially among Lombardi foot soldiers accustomed to more direct solutions. They muttered that the bookkeeper had traded fear for fractions. The FBI's organized crime task force, meanwhile, noticed an anomaly. A small Brooklyn deli, owned on paper by a bedridden aunt of Victor's, seemed to clear 5 times the revenue of comparable shops. Special Agent Lenora Graves suspected a laundering valve. For 2 years, she gathered bank records, subpoenaed utilities, and quietly interviewed flour suppliers who swore the deli purchased far less bread than its claimed sandwich output suggested. Each breadcrumb pointed to Victor, though never conclusively. He remained a name at the bottom of shell documents, always insulated by another entity or a deceased relative. Pressure inside the outfit grew after Salvatore Lombardi died of a stroke in 1981. His hot-headed nephew Benny "Brass" Lombardi inherited leadership and saw spreadsheets as cowardice. Benny ordered a return to visible muscle, hijackings, and strong-arm tactics, actions that sprayed attention everywhere Victor had spent 20 years deflecting it. The accountant cautioned him at a closed-door meeting. Overt violence would invite RICO indictments, and RICO, unlike the IRS, could treat the entire family as a single conspiracy. Benny scoffed. In that moment, Victor realized he had become more custodian than partner, necessary yet disposable. Agent Graves sensed the shift. Arrest reports spiked. Whispers leaked about Benny ignoring the old guard. She widened her net, flipping a low-level driver on a stolen electronics route. The driver supplied routing numbers from deposits he made at Victor's instruction. Suddenly, Graves possessed a map that linked shell companies to actual cash pickups. She convened a grand jury in early 1984, aiming not for Benny or the crew but for Victor himself, the quiet spine of the organization. Victor learned of sealed subpoenas through a clerk he had once tutored in bookkeeping. Realizing the danger, he drafted a contingency file, detailed ledgers documenting every illicit dollar since 1963, stored on microfilm inside a safety deposit box in Zurich. His plan was classic insurance, evidence to bargain for leniency if cornered. Yet obtaining that microfilm required travel, and his passport application triggered a routine check that flagged him to Graves' task force. At dawn on April 18th, agents intercepted Victor at JFK, arresting him on charges of mail fraud and tax evasion. Small hooks meant to keep him in custody long enough to unravel bigger charges. Inside federal detention, Victor confronted an irony he had long foreseen. The only path to survival lay through betrayal. Over quiet interviews spread across 4 months, he reconstructed the outfit's financial skeleton for Graves, naming shell after shell, owner after fictitious owner. Benny Lombardi, blindsided, found his assets frozen and his lieutenants indicted on racketeering, extortion, and conspiracy. Court transcripts later revealed that Victor's testimony added a precision prosecutors rarely enjoyed: dates, account numbers, coded annotations explained in calm, almost professorial tones that jurors found hypnotic. Sentencing arrived on a gray afternoon in December 1985. Benny received 32 years. Victor, having pleaded guilty and cooperated, drew 5. At the hearing's close, he adjusted his cuffs, thanked the judge for fairness, and allowed marshals to guide him away. No family members attended. Outside, reporters asked Agent Graves whether the infamous accountant might rebuild in secret after release. She offered a faint smile and said some men never seek the spotlight. They just like balance sheets to add up. In 1990, Victor walked free into a witness protection suburb, a new name waiting on fresh stationery. Neighbors thought him a retired actuary who enjoyed quiet evening walks. He never spoke of Mulberry Street, nor of the empire once laundered clean under flickering fluorescent light, but when he balanced his personal checkbook each month, he still paused to admire how neat numbers, properly arranged, could hold or topple entire kingdoms. During the winter of 1991, when Berlin still smelled faintly of crumbled concrete and wet plaster, Victor Keller crossed into the newly reunified city with a battered leather briefcase and a resume stamped by the Zürcher Handelsbank. To most observers, he appeared harmless, a narrow-shouldered man in wire-rimmed glasses, fluent in balance sheets but clumsy with small talk. Yet Keller carried a private commission from Eduard Eddie Markovich, a Yugoslav cigarette smuggling boss eager to convert stacks of Balkan dinars into clean Deutsche Marks before inflation swallowed them whole. Keller's first step was modest. He rented a second-floor office above a Prenzlauer Berg bakery and registered Nordlicht Consulting, advertising tax advice for small importers. The sign attracted nothing but pigeons, which suited him. Real clients arrived after dusk, led upstairs by a former Stasi custodian who now moonlighted as a driver for Markovich. Keller listened more than he spoke, jotting figures into a slim notebook and promising receipts by week's end. His calmness impressed the smugglers accustomed to frenetic border runs. They began calling him Der Pfarrer, the parish priest, because he offered financial absolution. By mid-1992, Keller had built a lattice of front companies: a shell timber exporter in Rostock, a fictitious wine distributor in Mainz, and, most lucratively, a wholesale electronics firm that existed only as a fax machine in his office closet. Each entity filed perfectly mundane VAT returns, masking deposits that spiraled from tens of thousands to several million marks. Keller's technique was simple elegance. Break every large transfer into dozens of micropayments, funnel them through trade invoice financing, then reintegrate the funds as equipment leasing fees. Bank clerks, drowning in post-reunification paperwork, seldom questioned why a timber exporter leased oscilloscopes. Success, as always, attracted scrutiny. The Bundesfinanzpolizei launched Project Lantern to trace unexplained bursts of capital lighting up provincial banks. An analyst, Anja Reuter, noticed that 9 separate firms, none older than 18 months, paid identical insurance premiums to the same Zurich underwriter. The coincidence felt too crisp. She flagged the file and began mapping owners. The web converged on Nordlicht Consulting and a proprietor no one had yet interviewed, Victor Keller. Inside Markovich's circle, tension simmered. Cigarette profits soared, but customs patrols along the Danube tightened, forcing longer routes and higher bribes. Markovich demanded accelerated laundering. Keller asked for patience, warning that haste breeds patterns. The smuggler's lieutenant, Dražen Petrovich, saw weakness in caution. He argued that Keller skimmed percentages by slowing transfers, a theory that gained traction among drivers waiting weeks to receive their shares. Markovich, torn between greed and trust, summoned Keller to a riverside restaurant in Kreuzberg. Over skewered lamb and peppery slivovitz, Markovich posed a single question. If the police knock tomorrow, how clean are we? Keller, folding his napkin with surgical precision, replied that every transaction could withstand a standard audit, provided no one volunteered extra information. The answer satisfied the boss, but not Petrovich, whose glare carved a silent threat across the tablecloth. 2 months later, Reuter obtained authority to perform soft interviews. She chose a quiet approach, posing as a trade journal reporter curious about post-wall entrepreneurship. Climbing the narrow stairs to Nordlicht, she found Keller adjusting a desk lamp. Her questions about export financing elicited courteous, measured replies. Yet twice she thought she saw his pen pause at names she hadn't offered. She left with little more than polite quotations, but the encounter confirmed her instinct. This man expected inquiry. Petrovich, meanwhile, decided to force acceleration. Without informing Keller, he rerouted a convoy of contraband cigarettes through Poland and parked the cash, 1.8 million marks, in the Rostock Shell's account over one weekend. The lump shattered Keller's pattern of small, rhythmic deposits. When he logged into the remote terminal Monday morning, the figure blinked like a hazard light. He phoned Markovich immediately, urging withdrawal and refiltration. Petrovich intercepted the call, assuring him that the boss approved. Keller suspected otherwise, but had no leverage. The banking anomaly triggered Lantern's automated alert. Reuter secured a full warrant the same afternoon and, with 2 detectives, visited Nordlicht at dawn. They arrived to find ledgers boxed and ready for shredding, yet still on site. A sign the owner had planned an orderly exit, not a frantic escape. Keller invited them in, offered weak coffee, and listened while Reuter itemized discrepancies. When she finished, he requested 15 minutes to call a lawyer. Instead, he phoned Markovich's private line. Petrovich answered, claimed the boss was unavailable, and suggested Keller stay calm. The dial tone that followed felt like a verdict. Facing isolation, Keller weighed probabilities with accountant precision. Cooperation promised leniency. Silence offered loyalty to men who valued convenience over gratitude. He opened his briefcase, removed the slim notebook, and placed it on Reuter's side of the desk. "These are the master accounts," he said, voice even. "In exchange, I want witness protection in Switzerland and a guarantee my family joins me." Reuter consulted the detectives, then nodded. The subsequent statement ran 40 pages, detailing shell structures, courier schedules, and offshore passcodes. It culminated with the revelation that the Rostock deposit lacked Markovich's authorization, proof of internal fracture. Police raids rippled across Berlin and Vienna. Markovich fled toward the Adriatic but was arrested at a Slovenian toll barrier, a suitcase of mixed currencies on the passenger seat. Petrovich vanished for 6 weeks before turning up in Bratislava, where local officers found him living under a poorly forged Croatian passport. Extradition followed. So did indictments for money laundering and customs fraud. At trial, Keller testified in measured German, unspooling the quiet arithmetic of crime. The court sentenced Markovich to 14 years, Petrovich to 8. Keller received a suspended term and immediate relocation. Rumors placed him in a modest lakeside town near Lucerne, where he worked as an accountant for a non-profit that restored alpine footpaths. Locals described him as punctual, reserved, fond of long walks at dusk. Berlin moved on, cranes stitching new skylines above old scars. Project Lantern became a model for financial forensics curricula, its first case a lesson in how one abrupt deposit can extinguish the dim light of secrecy. And somewhere in Switzerland, a former banker still balanced columns, aware that the cleanest books are those that never invite a second glance, yet equally aware that even pristine numbers cannot erase the memory of what they once concealed. Louis Lou Martel arrived in London in the winter of 1972 with a single suitcase and a letter of introduction to a modest tailoring shop on Caledonian Road. To most passers-by, Martel looked like another French artisan chasing Seville Row dreams, pinning chalk lines across worsted wool and murmuring polite sailez-vous plates. Yet in the back room, beneath a ceiling stained by decades of steam, lay the reason he had crossed the channel. A small ledger inscribed with coded initials, delivery dates, and quietly astronomical sums. The owner, Conrad Doyle, had spent years stitching bespoke suits for judges, cabinet aides, and lesser royals, all while nursing a ruinous gambling habit. When Doyle's debts reached the sort of men who collect with whispers instead of writs, Martel's name surfaced, not as a fixer with fists, but as a strategist who could convert debt into opportunity. Martel proposed a partnership, keep the shop afloat, expand fittings to late-night hours, and add an exclusive service for clients who required privacy. Doyle, cornered, agreed. Within 6 months, Martel held a controlling share and Doyle found himself a silent partner in his own storefront. Martel's genius was subtlety. The clientele never saw loans or threats. They saw polished wooden wardrobes, discreet side entrances, and a tailor who listened. While measuring inseams, Martel collected confessions. A banker mentioning unreported Swiss assets, a junior minister hinting at a weekend cottage paid for in cash, an embassy attaché whose afternoon rendezvous required unmarked cars. Martel cataloged each indiscretion in neat, slanted script. The ledger grew. His pages were insurance, leverage, currency all at once. To launder the payments funneled through this new concierge service, Martel purchased an aging dry cleaning plant in Enfield. Invoices listed improbable orders, hundreds of ceremonial uniforms for overseas pageants that no inspector bothered to trace. Profits flowed back through the tailoring shop as alterations revenue, taxed, modest, respectable. By 1978, Martel owned 2 adjacent buildings and dined at Claridge's with men who preferred to enter through the kitchen. He never raised his voice, never carried a weapon. His power resided in silence and perfectly pressed lapels. Trouble arrived wrapped in loyalty. Doyle, finally free of debt, began drinking at the Duke of Clarence, boasting after hours that his continental partner could make any stain disappear, figuratively or otherwise. One of Doyle's listeners was Detective Sergeant Hester Quinn of the Metropolitan Police's newly formed fraud squad. Quinn, sharp-eyed and patient, started dropping by the shop under the pretense of ordering a waistcoat. She noted odd details: cash-only receipts, late collections by unregistered chauffeurs, and Martel's habit of locking a slim ledger in an antique safe each night. She could prove nothing, but suspicion, like moths in cloth, began its quiet work. Martel sensed the air had shifted when an old associate from Marseille, Jean-Paul Gib Gibault, arrived unannounced. Gib demanded a share of London revenue in return for keeping Martel's French past buried. Rumors of a protection racket near the old port, a stabbing that never reached the dockets. Martel, usually serene, felt the stitch slip. Paying Gib meant inviting further claims. Refusing meant exposure. He chose a middle scene: a single payout wired through a Liechtenstein account, coupled with a polite warning that future demands would end relations. Gib accepted, but Doyle overheard fragments of the conversation through a partially closed office door. Doyle, emboldened by whiskey and nagged by jealousy of Martel's rising stature, began photocopying pages of the ledger when the tailor traveled to oversee Enfield operations. He imagined selling the copies to a tabloid or, failing that, striking his own bargain with Gib. Instead, Doyle's drinking companion Sergeant Quinn received an anonymous envelope one rainy Monday. Inside, 3 blurred images of ledger entries: initials, amounts, and a single line reading, CB Retainer, Blackfriars. Quinn recognized CB as a parliamentary private secretary under quiet scrutiny for campaign finance anomalies. The ledger hinted at a larger map. Quinn convened a covert task group. Over weeks, they matched initials to public figures, tracing withdrawals, mapping them against Doyle's bank deposits and the dry cleaning plant's implausible invoices. They applied for a search warrant, but British courts required more than photographs. Quinn needed someone inside. She approached Doyle outside the Duke of Clarence, offering immunity for testimony and protection from Martel's retaliation. Doyle, after one sleepless night, agreed. On March 14, 1980, plainclothes officers staged a routine fire safety inspection at the tailoring shop. While Martel calmly demonstrated extinguisher locations, Quinn located the antique safe, still warm from use. A locksmith opened it in 30 minutes. Inside lay the ledger, 5 reels of microfilm backups, and a single Polaroid of a government advisor exiting the shop's rear door at midnight. Martel was arrested on charges of conspiracy, blackmail, and money laundering. He adjusted his cufflinks, asked whether the officers preferred coffee or tea, and walked without protest to the waiting car. During trial, Martel's defense leaned on the absence of direct threats. Recordings revealed no violence, only discretion. Yet witness after witness confessed they paid because they feared what Martel might release. The prosecution argued that the mere possession of such intimate records, coupled with secret payments, constituted coercive control. Jurors agreed. In October 1981, Louis Martel received 12 years in Wormwood Scrubs. Doyle, though granted leniency, served 18 months for his role in falsifying accounts, emerging with shaking hands and an empty storefront. Martel spent prison mornings teaching fellow inmates basic tailoring to shorten sentences through vocational labor. Even there, he kept pockets of influence, trading favors for fabric, smoothing disputes with quiet counsel. Upon release in 1989, he declined interviews and vanished to a coastal village in Brittany, where locals recall a courteous Frenchman who mended fishing nets for the price of a story. Detective Quinn, promoted to inspector, later remarked that Martel's empire unraveled not through force or forensic breakthroughs, but through a tailor's apprentice who forgot that secrets, like stitches, can loosen when the fabric is worn too thin. Marc Delacroix opened his first flower stall on Marseille's Boulevard des Athènes in the spring of 1958. His carnations were arranged with military symmetry, each stem cut at precisely the same height. Passers-by noticed the care, then the quiet way Mark handled money. He counted francs only once, brushed stray petals off the counter, and recorded every sale in a pocket notebook no larger than a matchbox. What most customers never saw was the line of men in tailored linen who arrived after closing, sealing thick envelopes inside bouquets that never went to market. Mark's real employer was Antoine Tonin Castaldi, a Corsican smuggler whose family had moved morphine base, Gauloise cigarettes, and uncut gems through the old port since the war. By 1958, Castaldi needed a laundering conduit that felt harmless. Flowers, he reasoned, were the safest merchandise in France. Perishable, modestly priced, immune to sudden audits. Mark, an army pay clerk recently demobilized from Algeria, already possessed the twin virtues of discretion and arithmetic. Castaldi supplied him with initial capital and a single instruction: keep the shop spotless, then left him mostly alone. Within 2 years, Mark expanded to 3 stalls, then negotiated a supply contract with regional greenhouses under the brand Port Lavande Distributions. On paper, Port Lavande exported lilies and lavender bundles to hotel lobbies along the Riviera. In practice, the trucks carried sealed tins of morphine under false floorboards, invoiced as floral preservatives. Mark folded the drug profits into legitimate revenue by overstating wholesale blossom prices. Every Saturday night, he purchased cashier's checks from a cooperative bank manager in Aix, labeling them horticultural research grants payable to shell companies controlled by Castaldi. Mark never carried a gun, never raised his voice, never touched the morphine. His currency was trust, and trust accrued interest. By 1966, he was Castaldi's essential strategist, drafting shipping timetables that avoided customs inspectors on strike days and funneling cash into beachfront real estate well before Marseille's tourist boom. Younger smugglers joked that the syndicate was run by a florist with a slide rule. They also kept their jokes quiet. Their Christmas bonuses arrived in envelopes scented faintly of rosewater. Trouble began with something as minor as color. French customs flagged a shipment of violet dye imported from Turkey, suspecting it to be synthetic opioids. The barrel cracked open at a Toulon warehouse, revealing only harmless pigment. Yet the incident alerted a new anti-narcotics magistrate, Judge Helene Roussel. She noted that the consignee of the dye, Port Lavande, moved far more volume than any florist could plausibly sell. Roussel ordered unobtrusive surveillance, preferring ledgers to raids. Inside Mark's circle, another fissure widened. Castaldi's eldest son, Julien, believed the organization's caution bred stagnation. Cocaine from South America, he argued, promised margins dwarfing morphines. Mark advised patience. South American routes were noisy, and Marseille's docks thrived on silence. Julien interpreted patience as condescension. In late 1971, he funded a rogue shipment of Bolivian paste through an unaffiliated trawler. The cargo never arrived. Spanish authorities seized it off Valencia, and newspapers speculated about a Corsican Rio cartel. Mark read the headlines over morning coffee and understood that discretion. The only shield they ever needed was gone. Roussel petitioned Paris for a joint customs taxation task force. She subpoenaed Port Lavande's purchase orders, discovering that the company declared more fertilizer expenses than the entire province wine region combined. Still, hard proof eluded her until an underpaid greenhouse foreman, angered by a late payment, approached police with receipts showing he provided only half the blooms Mark claimed. The discrepancy was small but repeatable, a breadcrumb trail of inflated invoices stretching back a decade. Castaldi, aging and diabetic, urged Mark to burn records and relocate the treasury to Luxembourg. Mark declined. Panic destroyed order, and order was the empire. He believed he could absorb the scrutiny by cooperating on minor tax violations, offering a scapegoat accountant, and paying a heavy but survivable fine. It might have worked had Julian not anticipated betrayal. Convinced Mark planned to sacrifice the family to save himself, Julian visited Roussel unannounced, delivering photocopies of internal memos that detailed the morphine tins, the hidden floorboards, the cashier's checks. In exchange, he requested prosecutorial immunity for his father and a reduced sentence for himself. On a windless October dawn in 1974, police vans encircled Port Lavande's distribution warehouse near the docks. Officers expected resistance. Instead, they found rows of chrysanthemums cooling under mist sprayers and Mark seated at a steel desk, reconciling freight invoices with a red pencil. The trial was deliberate rather than sensational. Roussel kept cameras to a minimum, preferring that jurors absorb spreadsheets instead of drama. Prosecutors outlined a laundering scheme worth 40 million francs, backed by 17 shell firms and falsified import certificates. Mark's defense admitted arithmetic mistakes but denied knowledge of narcotics. Yet Julian's memos, authenticated under ultraviolet light, showed shipment schedules matching morphine seizures in Antwerp, Genoa, and Le Havre. Faced with cross-examination, Mark remained courteous, offering precise corrections to dates but never blaming others. His composure unnerved even veteran reporters. In prison, Mark was assigned to the horticulture wing, where he revived a neglected herb garden and taught inmates how to propagate basil from cuttings. He answered questions about fertilizer ratios, never about money. When Roussel visited in 1982, conducting research on financial crime, she found him pruning rosemary with the same deliberate grace he once reserved for ledgers. He greeted her politely, congratulated her on recent legislation tightening cash transaction limits, and offered no resentment. "Laws evolve," he said. "So must ledgers. I simply ran out of seasons." Mark completed his sentence with standard reductions and stepped out of Fraynes prison in May 1986 carrying a single geranium, grown from seed, as personal property. The dockyards of Marseille had changed. Container cranes replaced fishing smacks, and no one remembered Port Lavande beyond a faint story about flowers that funded shadows. Mark rented a studio above a bakery, tending window boxes of thyme and mint. He lived quietly, giving advice to neighborhood gardeners, and declined every interview request. By the time he died in 1998, the morphine routes he once shaped had long been absorbed by louder, rougher syndicates. Yet financial crime seminars across Europe still cited Operation Petal as the textbook marriage of elegance and illegality. Proof that a florist's obsession with precision could perfume criminal cash, until a single bruised stem revealed the entire bouquet. When Dominic Pirelli opened Azure Bloom on Chicago's West Madison Street in 1949, neighbors saw only a mild-mannered widower pruning hydrangeas beneath a striped awning. Dominic's white apron, always immaculate, distracted from the fact that he had once kept the books for the Gaetano crew during the latter days of Prohibition. He promised himself retirement would smell like fresh lilies and eucalyptus, not cordite. Yet habits learned in the back rooms of speakeasies rarely wither. They simply choose new soil. Dominic's true gift lay in logistics. Flowers arrive early, spoil quickly, and must be routed with precision. Skills uncannily similar to moving cash. By 1952, Azure Bloom had become the preferred supplier for weddings, funerals, and political banquets. Every order paid in crumpled banknotes delivered by runners who never asked for a receipt. Regulars thought nothing of it. Such was the neighborhood's rhythm. Dominic bundled the money with floral invoices, deposited it as event revenue, and split the proceeds between distributors that existed only on paper. To the IRS, a successful but unspectacular shop was merely meeting Chicago's appetite for roses. Across town, the younger and brasher Mancuso syndicate noticed competitors' revenue lines sliding while Dominic's boutique flourished. They sent a liaison, Vito Merelli, under the pretense of ordering centerpieces for his sister's engagement. Vito explained that Mancuso trucks hauled produced nightly to the same markets Dominic's suppliers used. If Dominic agreed to route certain boxes through those trucks, no questions asked, shipping costs would drop. Dominic recognized the old language of leverage, compliance dressed as courtesy. He accepted, insisting on just one concession. All manifests must list only flower stock. Vito grinned. That detail suited Mancuso perfectly. The deal bloomed, wrapped in brown paper beside tulips, envelopes of small denomination bills rode city highways at dawn, ostensibly headed for wholesalers. Dominic laundered the cash by inflating invoices for seasonal exotics. Nobody cared that February suddenly required 1,000 stems of Peruvian Alstroemeria. In a ledger coded with botanical shorthand, Alstroemeria meant gambling revenue, anemones meant kickbacks, and calla lilies marked political payoffs. Dominic alone could read the garden. His apprentice, Elena Rossi, a sharp-eyed war widow learning the trade to support 2 children, gradually sensed deeper currents. She saw invoices dated Sundays when markets were closed, and once, a manifest stamped tarragon in a column reserved for carnations. Elena said nothing. Dominic had hired her despite her inexperience. Loyalty seemed a small price. By 1957, the Mancuso syndicate faced a new threat: federal agents wielding freshly minted RICO statutes. They needed an additional buffer and asked Dominic to reroute funds through out-of-state branches. The florist cautioned that wider routes draw harsher weather, but Vito pressed, hinting that refusal might invite unpleasant pruning. Dominic, feeling the old vice of obligation, complied. The expanded network required numbered accounts in Des Moines and St. Louis, each registered to shell importers of horticultural tools. Dominic traveled under the guise of attending floral conventions, returning with hotel stationery scribbled into his ledger. The system functioned flawlessly until a bank clerk in Iowa noticed that the supposed importer's phone number rang to a payphone 3 blocks from Azure Bloom. She filed a suspicious activity report that landed on the desk of Treasury investigator Charles Larkin. Larkin, a quiet man who favored puzzles over politics, found the florist connection intriguing. He visited Azure Bloom pretending to purchase a wreath for his aunt. While Dominic assembled peonies, Larkin observed Elena at the register, her eyes darting every time the cash drawer opened. On his way out, Larkin commented idly that Iowa winters must be hard on flowers. Dominic missed the cue. Elena did not. That evening, she followed her employer to the basement where ledgers were kept beneath burlap. She confronted him gently, asking whether the shop was in danger. Dominic, tired of half-truths, revealed the garden of codes, explaining that he had shielded her from liability by excluding her signature from every transfer. Elena listened, then asked the question that mattered. "What if I'm named anyway?" Dominic promised protection, though he had none to offer beyond words. Weeks later, federal agents served a warrant. They searched shelving labeled dried lavender and discovered a suitcase of stamped remittance slips. Dominic was arrested for money laundering and wire fraud, charges he understood better than any prosecutor. Mancuso lawyers offered to post bond, but at a jailhouse meeting Vito demanded Dominic destroy the coded ledgers before trial. Dominic refused. The ledgers were his only bargaining chip. Elena, subpoenaed, faced a choice: shield the man who gave her a livelihood or protect her children from legal peril. On the stand, she testified that she recognized Dominic's handwriting but never handled the books herself. That statement, though technically true, severed Mancuso's hope of pinning operations on a disposable apprentice. Prosecutors turned to Dominic, offering a deal: decode the garden, dismantle Mancuso's financial branch, and serve 5 years instead of 20. In the fluorescent hush of the courthouse holding cell, Dominic calculated risk. Betrayal, once committed, blossoms quickly. Silence, once broken, grows louder in echo. He signed. Testimony unfolded in meticulous petals. Account numbers, drop addresses, cash weights disguised as stem counts. Vito Morelli and 3 Mancuso capos were indicted. Dominic received 6 years at Leavenworth, reduced for cooperation. Azure Bloom shut its doors. Elena used savings to open a modest kiosk at Union Station, selling genuine roses to commuters who never knew their scent masked an empire's decay. Dominic emerged from prison in 1965 to a city transformed. He settled into a small flat overlooking Grant Park and cultivated orchids on the windowsill. Flowers that demand patience, thrive on quiet, and bloom far from prying hands. In them, he found a lesson he had ignored too long. Roots spread best in transparent soil, and even the softest petals can hide thorns sharp enough to draw unexpected blood. Victor Santoro never meant to drift beyond ledgers and fountain pens, yet by 1957 he sat at the red felt booth of the Palermo Club in Chicago, where men removed their hats only for priests and undertakers. Victor's wire-rimmed glasses fogged as steam from a plate of pasta rose between him and Anthony Tony Glass Bellucci, an aging capo who disliked meetings that lasted longer than lunch. Tony needed a discreet path for cash pouring in from jukebox rentals and lost warehouse shipments. Victor, a certified public accountant with a tidy office on LaSalle Street, offered what no lieutenant in Bellucci's crew could: silence born of professional habit. Victor started simply, opening shell import firms whose only cargo was ink on invoices. Trucks dropped off empty crates, union men signed delivery slips, and money drifted into Victor's waiting bank accounts, salted among legitimate client fees. Each month, Bellucci's runners picked up sealed envelopes the size of prayer books, never questioning the elegant blue ribbon Victor used instead of staples. Word spread that the man behind those ribbons could make illicit dollars look like tax refunds. By 1959, Victor no longer walked to work. A black Packard chauffeured him from his modest brick bungalow, and his wife, Marianne, noticed that holidays now included jewelry whose sparkle muttered of guilt. Power changes posture before it changes tone. The first request for something darker arrived in the form of a battered suitcase shoved across Victor's office carpet. Inside, along with bundles of 10s and 20s, lay a brown folder stamped Cook County Evidence. One glance told Victor the papers were copies of police affidavits implicating Bellucci's nephew in a barroom stabbing. Tony Glass wanted the originals to disappear from court archives, and he trusted Victor, the quiet man who balanced numbers like spinning coins, to orchestrate that vanishing act. Victor stalled, citing schedules, but the look in Tony's eyes implied that compliance was the only true accounting principle left. Victor's strategy reached beyond Chicago. He wired funds to a courthouse clerk's brother in Kansas City, purchasing a deserted farmhouse under the clerk's name. A transfer here, a delay there, and soon the evidence folder was listed as misplaced during archival relocation. The stabbing charge dissolved like sugar in hot espresso. Tony Glass congratulated Victor with an embossed lighter, heavy as a confession. Yet that success fixed Victor under a harsher spotlight. He was no longer just the family accountant. He was its indispensable organ. The FBI's organized crime unit, newly galvanized by the 1961 Senate hearings, assigned Special Agent Lydia Crane to observe banking irregularities tied to jukebox syndicates. Crane, disciplined and unhurried, noticed that every suspect entity in Bellucci's orbit filed quarterly statements prepared by the same small firm, Santoro and Hyde, CPAs. She began compiling a silent map. Company names, identical phrasing and footnotes, postage stamps from the same downtown mailbox. Victor's trademark blue ribbon decorated each quarterly packet, a calling card disguised as stationery. Meanwhile, within the Palermo Club, rifts widened. Younger enforcers whispered that Tony Glass had grown careless, trusting a bookman with the kingdom's keys. One restless lieutenant, Carlo DeMartis, proposed skimming the laundering pipeline. He adjusted Victor's spreadsheets during delivery pickups, converting 4 figures into 3 and pocketing the difference. Victor noticed the discrepancies immediately. Rather than confront Carlo, he revised the next set of reports upward, hiding the theft inside inflated operating costs. Carlo interpreted the adjustment as weakness and pressed further, until unbalanced books pointed to an imminent audit, if not by the IRS, then by sharper eyes within the family. Victor faced a dilemma measured not in dollars but in heartbeats. Turning Carlo into Tony Glass meant admitting that the streams of cash were messier than advertised, risking Tony's wrath at perceived negligence. Ignoring Carlo meant deeper holes and, eventually, exposure by federal agents already circling. On a rain-slicked March evening in 1963, Victor met Carlo beside the Chicago River, offering a final ledger amended to erase all hints of skimming. Carlo accepted the papers, unaware that Victor had mailed identical copies, and a letter of confession to Agent Crane earlier that day. Victor wagered that dismantling the network himself would spare Marianne and their 2 children from future subpoenas, or worse, revenge killings conducted with the same calm precision he once admired. Crane acted swiftly. Warrants descended on the Palermo Club, private homes, and storage garages where Victor's blue ribbons tied stacks of falsified invoices like macabre party favors. Tony Glass was arrested during a barber's shave, lather still on his chin. Carlo attempted to flee to Milwaukee but was found at a toll booth, caught because his car's glove box was stuffed with ledgers too incriminating to abandon. Victor surrendered quietly, escorted from his bungalow before dawn, his children still asleep upstairs. In court, Victor's testimony unfolded like a meticulous bedtime story. Dates, transfer amounts, pseudonyms, all spoken in a voice that never rose above polite narration. He spared no detail, yet offered no dramatic flourish. Tony Glass received 20 years, Carlo 15. Several judges resigned under investigation. Victor, sentenced to 5, served 3 at a minimum security facility where he taught bookkeeping to other inmates. Upon release, he relocated under a witness protection alias, managing finances for a chain of rural libraries whose budgets rested safely in the daylight. The legend of the accountant who ran a crime family lingers in Chicago as a whisper. That true power sometimes sits behind mahogany desks, wielding balance sheets instead of bullets, until a single misaligned number topples the empire it helped build. Ernest Ernie Valenti arrived in Atlantic City in 1979, 6 months after the first legal casino opened on the boardwalk. He carried no suitcase, just a slim manila folder of employment references written by people who no longer existed, and wore a dark suit that blended perfectly with the carnival glare. To casino executives desperate for seasoned staff, Ernie looked like salvation. A veteran pit boss who could read dice without bending, track 20 hands of blackjack at once, and calm gamblers with the measured authority of a maitre d'. Ernie's gift, however, was not hospitality. It was structure. Years earlier, in Detroit's underground card rooms, he had learned that the house edge was nothing compared to the profit in skimming. Tiny, regular siphons that vanished before regulators could tally gross receipts. In Atlantic City, he found a landscape ripe for disciplined theft. New casinos racing to outshine Las Vegas, auditors still experimenting with checklists, and a river of tourists dazzled by novelty. The Sand Dune Hotel and Casino hired him to supervise 3 blackjack pits. Within weeks, he controlled 4, citing operational efficiency. His method unfolded quietly. Each night, as dealers clocked out, Ernie verified the drop boxes. If totals ran heavy, he left them untouched. When a box ran light, He inserted a marker code, 2 dots on the side of the tally sheet, signaling a trusted cashier to adjust the count upward during reconciliation. The phantom chips reappeared as unclaimed jackpots, then exited through a maintenance vendor Ernie had planted months earlier. Seacoast Fixtures, a shell corporation billing the casino for replacement felt and wool bearings that never arrived. The scheme skimmed no more than 2% of table revenue, small enough to pass quarterly audits. Yet in a city where tables ran day and night, 2% was a silent fortune. Ernie answered to no official partner, but the Esposito crew across the river in South Philadelphia fronted the seed money for Seacoast Fixtures and expected a modest dividend. Their enforcer, Frankie Frogs Lamont, drove down once a month to collect envelopes at a seafood diner on Pacific Avenue. Frogs loved Ernie's caution. He said it guaranteed longevity, and soon the envelopes grew thicker, edged with the metallic smell of new bills. The crew, pleased, kept its distance. Across New Jersey, Governor Burns' Special Task Force on Casino Integrity began sampling nightly drop totals, comparing them against slot and table traffic ratios. Numbers at the sand dunes seemed consistent, but one analyst, Teresa Lynn, noticed an odd oscillation. Blackjack revenue dipped the same weeks that maintenance invoices spiked, as if the felt itself absorbed losses. Curious, she scheduled an unannounced inspection for early March 1983, while tourist traffic was low and surveillance rooms less crowded. Ernie learned of the impending audit from a sympathetic floor manager. He instructed dealers to over-report chip fills for 2 nights, just enough to inflate legal income and mask skimmed margins. The rapid correction, he hoped, would satisfy auditors and send them on their way. Yet a variable he didn't oversee intervened. A young dealer named Marco Ortiz, eager to impress, wrote the true fill amounts on his own notepad for tips calculation. When Teresa Lynn compared dealer notes against cashier logs, Marco's numbers, small, handwritten, and free of Ernie's marker codes, exposed a discrepancy of $11,340. Teresa ordered surveillance footage. In grainy monochrome, Ernie appeared benign, clipboard in hand, yet she observed that he always angled his body between the camera and the drop box whenever inserting tally sheets. It was ritual, almost choreographed. She requested tapes from previous weeks. The pattern repeated. A subtle pivot, papers exchanged, shoulders blocking the lens. Enough, she believed, to argue probable cause. Within the casino, whispers grew. Security Chief Hal Brenner, once loyal to Ernie's smooth operations, sensed outsiders closing in and confronted the pit boss in a deserted counting room. Ernie answered calmly, reminding Brenner that both their bonuses hinged on table performance figures. Brenner, sweating under fluorescent lights, backed down but filed a memo recommending enhanced procedural oversight. The memo reached the sand dunes owners, who, fearing scandal, notified their attorneys to prepare cooperation should regulators press. Frogs arrived that weekend expecting his normal envelope. Ernie produced a thinner stack and explained the upcoming audit. Frog's smile tightened. The crew, he said, disliked irregularities. He advised Ernie to erase whatever needs erasing before outsiders did. Ernie spent that night burning duplicate tally sheets in a maintenance boiler, the ash drifting like soot across the boardwalk's neon glow. On April 8th, armed with warrants, Division of Gaming Enforcement officers swept into the sand dune at dawn. They seized cash carts, computers, and every maintenance invoice issued by Seacoast Fixtures. Ernie, summoned to the surveillance office, offered coffee to investigators with professional courtesy. But when Teresa Lynn produced Marco Ortiz's notes, still smudged with blue ink, Ernie folded his arms, the first visible sign of tension. Officers escorted him to a holding room, where he declined counsel until he heard the words, state RICO provisions. Only then did he request a lawyer. The Sand Dunes executives, hoping to save their license, surrendered financial files, and confirmed that Seacoast Fixtures had no physical warehouse. Facing dual pressure from the state and from the Esposito crew, Ernie calculated swiftly. The state offered 5 years for full disclosure. The crew offered no timeline, only consequences. During a late-night interview, Ernie detailed the skim, explained marker codes, and testified that frogs collected cash on behalf of Esposito interests. He spoke without embellishment, as though reciting a pit manual. In exchange, prosecutors recommended a reduced sentence and witness protection upon release. News of Ernie's cooperation reached Philadelphia within hours. Frogs vanished. 2 mid-level Esposito associates were indicted for conspiracy to defraud a gaming institution, while the Sand Dune paid a record fine and rebranded under new ownership. Atlantic City tourists barely noticed. The lights still blazed, dice still tumbled, but regulators now installed triple-angle cameras, and every maintenance invoice crossed 3 desks before payment. Ernie served 31 months in a low-security facility, tutoring inmates in probability theory and basic accounting. Upon release, he accepted relocation to a mountain town in Colorado, where the only casino was a converted saloon with 8 tables. Locals knew him as Mr. Vance, a quiet man who never placed a bet, simply nursed coffee at a corner stool, watching the shuffle with cool, distant eyes. In their soft murmur, he found an echo of the boardwalk, yet also a reminder. The surest profit sometimes lies in folding before the deck turns cold. Eric Rick Halvorsen started as a night shift timekeeper on the port of Gothenburg's B Quay in 1964, armed with nothing fiercer than a clipboard and a thermos of lukewarm coffee. The work was routine, logging vessel arrivals, checking crate counts, and making sure overtime sheets matched the tug schedules. Yet Rick noticed something that the older stevedores overlooked. Freight manifests rarely agreed with what actually rolled onto the warehouse ramps after midnight. A case of French cognac might arrive labeled as ceramic tiles. A pallet of transistor radios could be marked machine parts. The discrepancies were small but constant, like drops wearing stone. By 1969, Rick had become dock steward for Local 48 of the Transport Union, an elected post that gave him authority to assign shifts and approve sick leave. He wielded that power with quiet precision, rewarding punctual crews with prime overtime and relegating complainers to the cold, wet corners of the pier. In return, nobody objected when certain containers bypassed customs inspection and disappeared onto unmarked trucks bound for inland warehouses. A whisper spread that Rick could arrange anything. No bribes, no threats, just a dry nod and an updated logbook. The real leverage came through the port's pension fund. Union dues, deducted weekly, landed in a modest account at Scandinavissa and Skildebanken. Rick persuaded the trustees to let him grow the surplus by placing short-term loans with local importers. In truth, the borrowers were shell companies registered in Luxembourg, each controlled by a Swedish-Italian partnership known informally as the Nardi Group. The loans never defaulted. They simply cycled back with generous interest, converting untaxed smuggling profits into legitimate dividend income for the pension plan. Older dockers were thrilled when their annual statements rose, unaware their future relied on contraband perfume, untaxed cigarettes, and occasionally a crate of unregistered handguns bound for the Baltic. For a decade, the arrangement hummed. Gothenburg's harbor expanded. Rick's office gained a new teak desk, and the union men toasted their steward at midsummer picnics. He never flaunted wealth. His Volvo sedan was 5 years old, his suits gray and box-pleated. The only indulgence was a lakeside cottage purchased through a holding company, his retreat for ledger work on quiet Sundays. Trouble entered by way of a meticulous accountant named Britta Lund. Fresh out of Uppsala University, Britta joined the Swedish Customs Authority in 1979 tasked with reconciling port manifests against import duty receipts. Her algorithmic mind flagged Gothenburg's bequay, cargo volume up 12%, duty payments up only 3%. She scheduled a visit, not an inspection, just interviews and sampling. Rick greeted her with practiced courtesy, offering cinnamon buns while guiding her through warehouses that smelled of tar, salt, and pine crates. Britta noted forklifts idling near containers still unsealed hours after arrival. She asked for random bills of lading. Rick produced them, each stamped and seemingly flawless. Yet a single detail snagged her eye. The exporter's address on 3 separate shipments matched an abandoned textile mill in Bari, Italy. She jotted the anomaly, thanked Rick for the tour, and returned to Stockholm to request a deeper audit. Rick's first real warning came from the Nardi Group's courier. A stiff envelope slid under his office door. Inside lay a single sentence typed in Italian: Il mare assai agita. The sea grows rough. Translation: customs inquiries were widening. Nardi urged a temporary halt, but halting meant containers would pile up, stevedores would notice lost overtime, and questions would spread faster than rumors of cheap cigarettes. Rick chose to risk one final cycle, hoping the audit would stall in paperwork. Britta did not stall. She subpoenaed bank ledgers for the pension fund, comparing loan outflows to import surges. The amounts mirrored each other with suspicious symmetry. She then pulled public records on the Luxembourg shells and traced their directors to relatives of a known Bari fixer arrested in Naples 3 years prior. That link unlocked a mutual legal assistance request to Italian finance police, and soon, copies of Rick's loan contracts, signed discreetly under his middle name E. Halvorsen, arrived on her desk. A dawn raid on February 12, 1981 unfolded with Nordic efficiency. Customs officers, escorted by unarmed harbor police, stepped onto bequay just as stevedores assembled for the shift. They presented warrants for Rick's office, the Union safe, and 3 warehouses identified by GPS coordinates Britta had compiled. Rick remained calm, even helpful, until they opened the safe and extracted 2 leather-bound ledgers titled simply Quay Adjustments. Every container flagged for priority release was listed there, cross-referenced to pension fund loans and repayment schedules. The handwriting was unmistakably his. He was charged with aggravated smuggling, racketeering, and breach of fiduciary duty. In custody, Rick realized that his years of subtlety offered leverage only if he surrendered others. Prosecutors wanted the Nardi principles. Rick alone could translate the coded initials in the ledgers. After 3 silent nights in a remand cell smelling of disinfectant and old coffee, he agreed to a limited proffer: testify on financing flows in exchange for reduced time and preservation of dockers' pensions. The Union Executive Board, shocked but pragmatic, supported the deal. Better a wounded fund than a frozen one. Court proceedings stretched through autumn. Rick, dressed in the same gray suit, spoke softly about loan instruments, shipping routes, and how a missing crate here or there balanced the books. He never claimed altruism, yet emphasized the dockers' improved retirements. Judges acknowledged the nuance but imposed 5 years at Osterreicher prison, citing the scale of deception. The Nardi Group's Nordic arm collapsed. Its Italian partners disappeared into Adriatic shadows. Upon release in 1986, Rick found the docks modernized, his old office now a computer room. He took a clerical post at a maritime insurance firm, a quiet life spent verifying cargo manifests for clerical errors he once exploited. At evenings, he walked the waterfront, inhaling the tar and salt he could never quite leave behind. Sometimes a younger steward would nod respectfully, aware that the man adjusting his scarf in the Baltic wind once ruled the pier without raising a fist. Only a pen, a smile, and the promise of a pension that, for better or worse, still paid on time. London's Soho in 1955 hummed after dark, neon licking rain-slick cobblestones while saxophones curled smoke into the night. At the center of Dean Street stood the Blue Lantern, a cellar club with a walnut bar and a baby grand painted midnight blue. Patrons believed they came for bebop, but the true rhythm belonged to its owner, Clara Whitlock, whose gloved hands kept stricter time over bank ledgers than any drummer on stage. She had inherited the club from a wartime uncle and, with it, access to a crowd that paid cash, tipped generously, and asked few questions once the trumpet hit its third chorus. Clara's first taste of clandestine profit arrived through Maxwell Max Doyle, a bookmaker who settled debts in folded envelopes perfumed by menthol cigarettes. The Lantern's nightly cash totals, Clara noticed, doubled whenever Max's men filled the rear booths. He proposed a partnership elegant in its simplicity. Doyle would funnel inside track bets through the bar's registers as cover charges, smoothing volatile winnings into steady revenue. Clara, pragmatic and ambitious, agreed on the condition that violence never crossed her threshold. Max laughed, promised, and placed a ruby cufflink in her palm as collateral. Over the next 3 years, every gin fizz and trumpet solo masked invisible transfers. Doyle moved wagers from Greyhound tracks in Hackney and illicit baccarat rooms in Bayswater. Clara recast them as bar receipts, then wired the funds to a dormant import firm she had purchased for £1. The company, Whitlock Continental, claimed to ship French reeds for saxophones and Italian strings for basses, a fiction credible enough to satisfy bank managers who enjoyed complimentary tickets to weekend sets. Monthly, Clara diverted a careful slice into the club's renovation fund. New velvet curtains, a fresh lacquer on the stage, tokens that disguised the larger tide. Trouble skimmed the rim of a whiskey glass on a February night in 1959. A low-level collector named Freddie Mills arrived bruised and anxious, whispering that Doyle's gambling tentacles now reached the East End's protection circuit, territory watched by Scotland Yard's Serious Crimes Branch. Freddie also hinted that Doyle kept 2 books, an honest one for Clara's eyes and another recording side arrangements with razor-wielding loan sharks. Clara listened, metronome steady, and dismissed him with cab fare. Yet the seed sprouted. If Freddie spoke truth, her meticulous laundering rested atop accounts she had never examined. Scotland Yard's Detective Inspector Eleanor Hart had been charting Doyle's ascent for months, plotting cash spikes against race calendars. The Blue Lantern appeared in her ledger as an outlier, too much revenue for a basement holding 80 patrons. Hart attended a Thursday session in plain clothes, ordered seltzer, and watched Clara balance the till between sets. She saw no rushed gestures, no suspicious handoffs, only Clara's habit of noting each coin as if it were a confession. Still, the numbers whispered inconsistencies Hart could not ignore. She quietly requested a full audit of Whitlock Continental. Meanwhile, Doyle sensed winds shifting. He proposed accelerating the wash, a jazz festival in Brighton where ticket sales could absorb an entire season's gambling gains in one weekend. Clara hesitated. Scaling up invited scrutiny. Doyle countered with menace thinly veiled as urgency. "If we don't move fast," he warned, "someone else will decide the tempo for both of us." Clara, clutching the ruby cufflink now dull from years in her desk, agreed, stipulating meticulous ticket logs and a separate accountant of her choosing. Festival planning consumed spring. Posters went up, musicians signed, advance sales soared. Yet Detective Hart, armed with the audit, discovered Whitlock Continental imported nothing more than 3 sample reads in 4 years. She secured a covert warrant to trace every festival ticket payment. Banks, once charmed by Clara's complimentary passes, now flagged irregular bulk deposits marked souvenir programs. The pattern matched Doyle's betting calendar by a syncopated heartbeat. On the festival's opening night, June's heat thick with salt from the channel, Clara paced backstage while trumpets tuned. She spotted Doyle conferring with a courier carrying 2 metal cases. The courier's unease echoed Freddie's whispered warnings. Clara stepped into the corridor, intercepting Doyle with a cordial smile that masked vertigo. She asked to review the cases for inventory. Doyle's eyes narrowed, yet years of portraying the gracious partner compelled him to comply. Inside lay not currency but IOUs, betting slips, and a ledger revealing debts payable in enforcement visits. The discovery shattered Clara's condition of nonviolence. She excused herself, walked to the pier where gulls shrieked beneath carnival lights, and made a decision faster than any she had taken at a balance sheet. From a phone box, she dialed Detective Hart, whose business card she had lifted earlier from the audit notice, and offered full cooperation in exchange for safeguarding the club and its staff. Hart, surprised but prepared, orchestrated arrests as Friday's headliner hit a high C that seemed to slice the evening in two. Officers closed the ticket booth first, seizing cash stacks elastically bound with racecourse stamps. Doyle was led away amid cymbal crashes that masked the snap of handcuffs. Musicians played on, sensing disruption yet continuing the set. Show business demanded it. Clara, escorted aside, surrendered account codes, wiring instructions, and the import firm's fabricated ledgers. Her statement ran 3 hours, spoken in the same measured cadence she used to count bar receipts. In court, Hart testified that Clara's prompt disclosure prevented the protection racket from embedding across South London. Prosecutors, acknowledging her cooperation, charged her with lesser counts of conspiracy to falsify corporate records. She received 2 years, served 18 months, and within prison walls taught bookkeeping to inmates planning legitimate futures. Doyle, convicted of racketeering and extortion, drew 12. Upon release, Clara reclaimed the Blue Lantern, now scrubbed of hidden rhythms. She installed an upright bass as decor, its strings missing, a reminder. She told new bartenders that silence can be as instructive as music. The club operates to this day, audited quarterly, its cover charge modest, its ledger entries plain. Regulars say the ambience changed after the scandal. Softer, clearer, as though every note finally reaches the listener without laundering its echo through secrecy. Raquel "Rack" Delgado began her career in Miami's Freight District in 1988, riding a weather-stained bicycle between customs offices, airline cargo bays, and the neon-lit towers of Brickell. Couriers were invisible then, paid in cash, signed no contracts, left no fingerprints beyond smudged clipboard ink. Rack, fluent in English, Spanish, and bureaucratic patience, soon knew every gate guard by nickname and every warehouse foreman's preferred brand of coffee. Through these small loyalties, she found herself favored for rush assignments. Sealed envelopes exchanged at odd hours, sometimes on the tarmac beside humming jets headed for Madrid or Sao Paulo. The jobs came from Ignacio Calderon, proprietor of Coral Air Express, a freight forwarding firm wedged between forklift depots. Ignacio had a gentle handshake and a priest's smile, but everyone in the district understood his lineage. The Calderon family once bankrolled rum-running boats during Prohibition, then graduated to more discreet ventures. Ignacio's genius was modernizing the old pipeline. He discovered that Miami's skyrocketing art market, auction houses, pop-up galleries, Latin American fairs, was the perfect stage for laundering currency. Paintings traveled freely, prices were subjective, and a dry shipping label could hide millions in rolled bills tucked behind canvas. Rack did not handle art herself. She ferried paperwork. Export certificates, provenance statements, insurance riders, all legal, all aromatic with fresh toner. In 1991, Ignacio invited her into a windowless office at midnight. Columns of numbers glowed on a screen. He explained that reliable couriers were rare and offered her a monthly retainer to manage sensitive logistics. The raise tripled her rent money. She accepted, asking only that the work remain nonviolent. Ignacio promised, "We move signatures, not guns." Her first test was the Murano job. 2 crates labeled mid-century glass sculptures left the port of Miami for Genoa. Rack delivered bonded papers to customs, watched inspectors slap green clearance stickers, then biked home under salt-heavy moonlight. Inside the sculpture's foam cavities rested shrink-wrapped bundles of undeclared dollars, profits from a Colombian gambling syndicate seeking transformation into euros. The crates reached Italy intact, and Ignacio rewarded Rack with a used Honda Civic, metallic teal, and nearly silent. She traded pedals for horsepower, doubling her daily radius. The network expanded. Caracas, Antwerp, Zurich. Rack organized courier schedules, matching low-attention flights with lightly staffed inspection shifts. She learned cargo codes by heart, knew that art/19th century triggered fewer queries than art/contemporary, and mastered the subtle art of over-explaining nothing. Ignacio called her La Arquitecta, the architect, yet architecture invites blueprints and blueprints draw auditors. In 1996, the U.S. Treasury launched Operation Brushstroke to probe art market money flows. Junior Agent Miles Rudd combed shipping records and noticed Coral Air Express filed export manifests minutes after customs offices closed, exploiting a 48-hour reporting grace period. He pulled 6 months of forms, every crate cleared by the same courier ID, RD47. Rudd traced it to Rack Delgado. Surveillance began. Agents followed Rack's teal Civic to late-night rendezvous at a Wynwood warehouse where paintings were unloaded under sodium yellow lamps. They noted she left carrying only envelopes. For months they collected footage, but the contents of those envelopes remained a mystery. Probable cause stayed tantalizingly out of reach. Ignacio, sensing federal eyes, advised a freeze on large transfers. Instead, he staged a charity auction for hurricane relief, donating 10 canvases by an obscure Venezuelan surrealist. 3 were genuine. 7 were amateur replicas with hollowed stretcher bars stuffed with bearer bonds. The plan required Rack to shepherd paperwork from the auctioneer to outbound air cargo within 24 hours to avoid appraisal. She hesitated, short windows bred mistakes, but Ignacio assured her this was temporary, a final push before a long hibernation. The auction raised eyebrows when anonymous phone bidders paid triple market value. Agent Rudd obtained a sealed warrant for warehouse entry the following night. That same night, Rack arrived to collect the canvases. While loaders slid crates onto a pallet jack, her phone buzzed. An unsaved number, 1 ring, then silence. The network's code for abort. She froze, recalling Ignacio's promise of no violence, and told the loaders to stand down. Before she could exit, headlights flooded the bay. Agents stepped forward, badges raised, voices low but firm. In the interrogation room's hum of recycled air, Rack asked for coffee and time. Rudd presented export forms, photos of late-night meetings, and bank wires linked to Coral Air Express. He spoke evenly. Conspiracy, wire fraud, laundering, 20 years if the court were unkind. Then he offered a narrower path. Testify to the art laundering scheme, help decode provenance forgeries, and recommend safeguards. In return, reduce charges and witness relocation. Rack requested one condition: no forfeiture of the Union Health Fund Ignacio had quietly financed for district couriers. Rudd, surprised, conferred with prosecutors. They agreed. The fund was untouched money. 2 weeks later, Rack detailed the scheme before a grand jury. How canvas dimensions matched cash stacks, how courier IDs rotated, how undervalued export insurance masked overvalued sales abroad. Her calm narration dismantled a network that had migrated millions across continents without firing a shot. Ignacio Calderon was arrested at a Coral Gables cafe, reading shipping journals over espresso. He accepted custody without resistance, remarking only that art is interpretation. He received 12 years. Several gallery owners lost licenses. The Wynwood warehouse now houses a school for graphic design. Rack served 18 months at a minimum security facility outside Tallahassee. Inside, she taught fellow inmates Spanish translation and the geometry of bicycle maintenance. Upon release in 1999, she entered witness protection, relocating to a desert city where the horizon bleaches paintings to monochrome. Locals know her as Rachel Dean, logistics coordinator for a medical supply company. She drives an unremarkable sedan, keeps impeccable paperwork, and spends evenings sketching bicycles against cactus silhouettes. Quiet tributes to a past courier who once navigated Miami's glare by pedal, envelope, and an instinct for when loyalty ends and self-preservation must finally speak. Detroit in 1983 was equal parts empty factories and electric rhythm. Ray Decker, a lanky man with horn-rimmed glasses, captured that rhythm on 2-inch tape at Blue Atlas Records, a scrappy label that pressed local funk acts into crackling 7-inch singles. DJs loved the sound. Street crews loved the cash-only deals at pop-up shows. Ray loved both, but mostly he loved order, metered beats, balanced ledgers, neat stacks of unsold vinyl stored by catalog number. Order cracked the night Cal Bishop walked into Blue Atlas after closing. Cal, freshly paroled and quietly feared on the east side, admired Ray's reel-to-reel, then placed a bowling bag full of $100 bills on the console. He proposed a sponsorship. Cal would fund pressing runs. Ray would list the money as tour advances and return it, laundered, as royalties. Ray calculated pressing costs, studio overhead, and risk. The money in the bag exceeded a year's viable production. Against a soft hiss of tape looping leader, he nodded once. The scheme's genius lay in vinyl's margins. Each single cost 50 cents to press, wholesaled at $1.40. Ray reported pressings triple the actual run, noted phantom shipments to European distributors, and wired the overage, now white as new sleeve stock, into Cal's Nevada LLC. The IRS, seeing export income and mechanical royalty statements signed by made-up French promoters, applauded Blue Atlas's international reach. Cal, thrilled, expanded the arrangement from $5,000 to $20,000 a week, delivered Friday mornings in that same scuffed bowling bag. Ray's reputation soared. Local musicians trusted a label that suddenly printed picture sleeves and arranged late-night radio spots. Critics called Blue Atlas Motown's scrappy air. He hired an assistant, Tammy Nguyen, a Wayne State accounting grad who color-coded royalty spreadsheets and believed every recorded sale. For a year, the only dissonance was Cal's occasional reminder, "Keep the count spinning, Ray. Empty grooves make noise." Inevitable warp began with a harmless question. Tammy, reconciling shipping invoices, noticed catalog BA-113 listed in foreign sales yet missing from inventory. Ray invented a story about water-damaged boxes destroyed by insurance adjusters. Tammy logged the write-off but marked the discrepancy with a pink tab. Pink meant, "come back later." She returned weeks later and found 3 more phantom releases. Order, her specialty, demanded answers. While Tammy audited, Special Agent Miles Carter of the Treasury's Financial Crimes Division traced East Side heroin proceeds funneled into a mysterious Nevada music company. Carter, patient and keen-eared, mapped account numbers and identified steady wires from Detroit signed by Raymond Decker. He booked a flight, packed a portable cassette recorder, and spent evenings playing Blue Atlas cuts to understand the culture he might soon shake apart. Ray sensed pressure. Cal's bag now arrived heavier, its owner eager to breach new markets. Miami clubs, maybe Hamburg raves. Ray requested breathing room. Cal countered by dropping studio engineers an extra envelope for loyalty. The message carried more grit than generosity. Friday deliveries continued. Tammy confronted Ray on a snowy Wednesday, binder in arms. She had built a parallel ledger showing that reported overseas orders would fill 3 semi-trailers. Orders no distributor acknowledged. Ray, cornered yet calm, told her the truth minus Cal's name. Early investors wanted fast growth. Paper sales secured bank loans. Real demand would someday match the fiction. Tammy, ethical but pragmatic, offered an ultimatum. Straighten the books within a quarter or she'd resign and alert the tax board. Ray promised cleanup, hearing Cal's voice behind every syllable. Cleanup arrived, but not as Tammy imagined. Agent Carter, armed with subpoenas, entered Blue Atlas on March 3, 1985, while Ray EQ'd a baseline. Carter's greeting was courteous, his warrant precise. All shipping logs, bank wires, and royalty statements since 1982. Ray's hands trembled only when Carter requested the Nevada correspondence file, the one Ray stored in a locked cabinet behind gold-painted 45 adapters. News of the raid reached Cal within an hour. That evening, Ray found the studio door ajar and Cal seated at the drum kit, sticks tapping a lazy paradiddle. Cal demanded the hard drives, the tapes, the ledgers. Ray offered a compromise. Destroy nothing, instead spin a story of aggressive but legal tax strategy. Cal rose, sticks clacking once against the snare rim. Music stops when I say, he murmured. Ray's survival instinct finally overrode loyalty. He handed Cal a duffel, not of ledgers but of half-inch master reels. Rare takes, alternate mixes, irreplaceable. Cal, satisfied, disappeared into snow. Ray then drove straight to Treasury's field office, carrying the real books and a typed statement detailing every transfer, every fake pressing, every bowling bag delivery. He demanded, in return, protection for Tammy and a chance to salvage Blue Atlas as a legitimate label. Carter, reviewing the meticulous files, agreed to recommend leniency. Federal indictments landed like downbeats. Cal Bishop, identified through serial numbers logged by Ray, was arrested at a truck stop outside Toledo, masters still in the duffel. He pled guilty to conspiracy and laundering, earning 15 years. Tammy testified as fact witness, her pink-tabbed binder a roadmap for jurors. Ray received 4 years at Milan Federal Correctional, serving 2 after teaching an inmate course on audio engineering. Blue Atlas, placed in trust, survived. Upon release, Ray bought back the catalog with family funds, pressed honest reissues, and installed Tammy as chief financial officer with full signing authority. The label now files quarterly reports that list every unit sold, even the ones returned warped. Detroit DJs still spin early Blue Atlas singles, pops and hiss intact. They say the groove is wider on those cuts, as if holding secrets in the silent spaces. Yet each record carries a new center label. Microprint reads, all tracks accounted for. Carl Bishop arrived on Boston State Street in the autumn of 1994 wearing a thrift store suit and the smile of someone who had memorized every Dale Carnegie anecdote. At 29, he landed a junior post at Whitcomb & Price, a boutique brokerage that thrived on low-volume special situations. Those thinly traded stocks the big houses ignored. Carl understood risk, but more importantly, he understood narrative. If he spoke of a failing paper mill as an undiscovered turnaround, clients heard profit where auditors heard smoke. Within 2 years, Carl managed his own book. He nurtured a stable of dentists, restaurateurs, and retired professors, all craving above-market returns yet wary of Wall Street's glare. To them, he offered exclusivity, arranging breakfast briefings in a waterfront cafe where he recited balance sheet ratios between sips of black coffee. His numbers dazzled. 23% annualized in 1995, 27% the next. What his clients never saw was the second set of ledgers on Carl's apartment floor, pages littered with ticker symbols circled in red and initials that matched no surname in the phone book. Those initials belonged to the Sheridan Group, a quiet Irish-American outfit that had drifted from Southey protection rackets into white-collar ventures. Their emissary, Patrick "Patsy" Rowan, met Carl after overhearing him tout a penny stock mining firm in a Back Bay bar. Patsy slid a business card across the counter, no company name, just a beeper number, and proposed a simple trial. Purchase 100,000 dormant shares of HarborTech Electronics at 4 cents. Promote the company's proprietary sonar patents, then sell into the wave of retail enthusiasm. Carl hesitated until Patsy revealed an incentive. For every cent the price rose, Carl would collect $5,000, wired to an account in Antigua under the shell name Beacon Advisory. The test succeeded beyond expectation. A single fax press release, drafted by Carl and signed by HarborTech's near-retired founder, sent the stock to 42 cents in 10 trading days. Carl's offshore balance bloomed. He upgraded from a basement studio to a Beacon Hill apartment with exposed brick. Yet he spoke modestly of market luck, never of sonar patents or beeper numbers. The Sheridan Group scaled the scheme. They purchased distressed shells, defunct biotech startups, failed regional ISPs, and installed figurehead CEOs who read scripts Carl prepared. He orchestrated conference call hype, pending FDA submissions, foreign licensing talks, phrases legal enough to survive cursory scrutiny yet vague enough to be unverifiable. Money flowed in two directions: investor cash racing toward illusory growth, and laundered mob profits cycling out through Antigua under the guise of consulting fees. Carl's rise drew whispers inside Whitcomb and Price. Senior partner Amelia Whitcomb admired revenue but disliked opacity. She demanded written due diligence on every microcap Carl pitched. He responded with 30-page binders dense with technical jargon, each more ornate than the last. Amelia still sensed missing chapters, yet compliance forms showed no violations. The firm enjoyed record quarters. Doubt was easy to shelve. At the Securities and Exchange Commission, junior examiner Dana Leong studied trade blotters for unusual volume spikes. HarborTech's February surge glowed red on her screen, followed by similar patterns in 3 other tickers, all cleared through Whitcomb and Price's clearing account. She noted that sales often peaked minutes before glowing press releases hit financial wires, a choreography too neat to dismiss. She opened a file labeled Project High Tide and began requesting clearinghouse records. Meanwhile, Patsy Rowan pressed Carl for faster cycles. Anxious to impress, Carl greenlit a bold maneuver. Merge 2 shell companies, Crosswave Pharma and Newlinks Data, announcing a revolutionary telemed platform weeks before the idea held any code. He leaked whispers to newsletter writers hungry for scoops. The stock opened at 89 cents, touched $2, and drew the gaze of day trading chat rooms newly popular in 1998. Volume soared. So did SEC suspicion. Dana subpoenaed phone logs and found hundreds of late-night calls between Carl's apartment and a payphone outside the Dockside Tavern in South Boston, a known Sheridan haunt. She requested authorization for wiretaps. In recorded conversations, Carl and Patsy discussed fresh powder for tomorrow's chart and burying the old shares before the bell. The euphemisms were thin veils. Prosecutors heard conspiracy. On a drizzle-soaked morning in March 1999, agents entered Whitcomb and Price carrying sealed warrants. They guided Carl from the trading floor as monitors flashed green numbers he once commanded. In the interview room, Dana laid out a timeline. Wash trades, misleading releases, offshore wires traced through correspondent banks. Potential penalties totaled decades. Carl's composure frayed only when she produced a transcript quoting Patsy's plan to cut the broker loose if regulators come sniffing. Loyalty, he realized, had been unidirectional. Faced with betrayal, Carl negotiated. In exchange for cooperation, he demanded 2 concessions: protection for his clients' retirement accounts, many victims but also friends, and transfer to a low-security facility after sentencing. Prosecutors agreed. Over 6 months, Carl diagrammed the Sheridan wash trade lattice, decoded shell company expenses, and identified foreign nominees who fronted bank accounts. His testimony toppled Patsy Rowan and 2 Sheridan captains on racketeering and securities fraud charges. Whitcomb and Price paid heavy fines yet survived, citing Carl as a rogue actor and installing compliance software he once mocked. Sentenced to 41 months, Carl entered a federal camp in Pennsylvania, tutoring inmates on basic finance and, in quieter moments, reflecting on compounding, not of money but of choices. He emerged in 2002 under a new name provided by the Witness Security Program, settling in a Midwestern suburb where the loudest market noise came from the local grain cooperative. Neighbors know him as a night school math instructor who commutes in a 10-year-old sedan and never checks the ticker scrolling above the bank downtown. Occasionally, when headlines tout a meteoric stock, he sighs, aware that behind every vertical line lies someone sure the ascent is permanent, someone pocketing profit before gravity quietly reclaims the chart. Silvio "Silk" Moretti accepted the night concierge post at Manhattan's Gilded Regent Hotel in March 1973. The lobby's brass fixtures gleamed, the carpets swallowed footsteps, and the clientele, finance heirs, visiting diplomats, Broadway ingenues, expected privacy as polished as the marble. Silvio delivered it with effortless grace. He could arrange theater tickets after curtain, procure vintage champagne at 3 a.m., and, if asked in lower tones, find a discreet doctor who never invoiced. Tips multiplied, but what mattered more were the names attached to each folded bill. Silvio logged those names in a small black agenda, initials only under the heading favors. 3 months in, a bell captain introduced Silvio to Vince Carbone, lieutenant of the Romano crime family's Midtown crew. The Romanos controlled freight docks and bookmaking parlors, yet yearned for cleaner revenue. Vince observed that Silvio's desk sat at a crossroads of appetite and secrecy. Information gathered there could steer money. He offered a partnership: funnel certain high-stakes gamblers to Romano betting rooms, discreetly recommend Romano-owned jewelers to guests seeking last-minute gifts, and collect 10% of whatever those guests spent or lost. Silvio negotiated a single boundary: no physical threats. Vince, amused by the concierge's spying, agreed. Silvio's power blossomed in silence. He memorized callers' voice cadences, flagging hedge fund managers who owed markers, senators' aides anxious about hotel invoices, and airline tycoons courting ballerinas. Within a year, he maintained 3 ledgers: one tracking commissions, a second listing bettors' credit lines, and a third, kept in a locked humidor, documenting compromising details. In the humid darkness beside rolled cigars, secrets cured like tobacco leaves. Profits flowed through a laundering front called Regent Errands Incorporated, ostensibly a messenger service handling guests' parcels. Bills from gambling kickbacks appeared as express delivery fees, while jewelry store cuts were packing insurance. The corporation's bank account, opened in Delaware, paid modest taxes and wired quarterly consulting dividends to Romano's shell companies. Silvio drew a salary that looked pedestrian yet withdrew cash bonuses from a safety box reachable only at night. The system thrived until autumn 1977, when an ambitious assistant U.S. attorney, Dana Feld, took over a dormant illicit finance probe targeting Midtown hospitality businesses. She noticed that Regent Errands filed payroll withholding for just 2 bicycle couriers, yet reported gross receipts rivaling a small logistics firm. Her team mapped every transfer and saw a pattern: spikes in revenue after major boxing matches or playoff games. Classic gambling calendar beats. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, a new front desk clerk named Harriet Doyle began working the evening shift. Fresh from Queens College and curious by nature, Harriet admired Silvio's composure but puzzled over the nightly stream of late calls he fielded in the service corridor, always ending with terse notations in the black agenda. One stormy night, a frantic guest, an aerospace contractor, begged her for mislaid betting slips, claiming he'd wired $10,000 to Regent Errands on Silvio's direction. Harriet, alarmed, searched the reservation system but found no department by that name. She filed the conversation away as odd, yet unforgettable. Dana Feld subpoenaed the hotel's corporate filings. Regent Aaron's registered Agent Stonewalled, buying time for Silvio to hear whispers of the probe through a Romano lawyer. Vince visited the concierge office after midnight, rain streaking his trench coat, and urged Silvio to destroy the humidor ledger. Silvio refused. The ledger, he said, was a parachute. Without it, he was expendable. Vince's eyes chilled, but he left, tapping the brass bell on Silvio's desk as a wordless warning. Pressure tightened. Harriet, still uneasy, discreetly copied a week of Silvio's phone logs when she closed out the switchboard, a task no one tracked after 2 a.m. The numbers led to backroom bookmakers and Romano-owned jewelers. Torn between loyalty and legality, she dialed the Justice Department tip line, identifying herself only as Lobby Nightingale. Dana Feld's office cross-checked the logs against subpoenaed wire transfers. The puzzle locked into place. At dawn on February 18, 1978, federal agents entered the Regent's staff entrance, their steps muffled by Persian runner Silvio once chose for their silence. They detained him at the concierge desk, where he was arranging orchids for the breakfast crowd. Harriet watched from behind a pillar, heart hammering. In a conference room upstairs, Dana Feld laid out evidence. Shell invoices, phone logs, and an affidavit from a bettor who claimed ruin after Silvio steered him to Romano tables. Silvio asked for espresso, then countered with terms: full disclosure of Romano laundering routes, identification of bribed freight inspectors, and turnover of the humidor ledger, if prosecutors guaranteed witness security and allowed Regent Hotel's legitimate staff to keep their jobs. Dana consulted her team, aware that the ledger's leverage could unify cases against 4 separate Romano fronts. She accepted. Days later, FBI trucks seized crates of falsified invoices from a Romano warehouse in Hoboken. Vince Carbone was arrested leaving a dentist's office, bib still fastened. Indictments cited racketeering, money laundering, and interstate gambling. Silvio's meticulous ledger, each line of looping ink, formed the spine of the prosecution. In court, he testified softly, never vilifying, simply confirming transactions, dates, and whispered requests for discretion. Jurors listened as if to a bedtime story whose lullaby was inevitable downfall. Silvio received a 5-year sentence, halved for cooperation. The Regent rehired Harriet as front office supervisor, praising her integrity under pressure. She replaced the brass bell with an electronic chime, less romantic, harder to tap ominously. Upon parole in 1981, Silvio entered witness protection, adopting the name Sam Loron and accepting a concierge role at a boutique hotel in Oregon's wine country. Guests there admire his uncanny talent for securing last-minute reservations and keeping confidences. He no longer keeps a humidor ledger, only a pocket notebook listing Vineyard's best vintages alongside a daily reminder in neat Italian cursive. Privacy is service, but secrecy is debt, and every debt matures. Victor Vic Rinaldi's rise began on a gray Chicago morning in 1954, the day he bought a modest haberdashery on State Street. To shoppers, Rinaldi's fine menswear looked like any other shop where clerks measured sleeves and matched silk ties to charcoal suits. Yet beneath the oak counters lay hidden compartments, and in the locked office upstairs, ledgers far more lucrative than dress shirts chronicled the flow of mob money across the Midwest. Vic grew up the son of Italian immigrants who prized discretion and hard work. As a boy, he learned to press trousers with precision. As a teenager, he learned to press envelopes into the right hands. By 28, he'd sold his father's tailor shop for cash, clean cash, he liked to say, then reinvested in 3 more storefronts along the lakefront. Behind each register, a trusted cousin tallied legitimate sales while keeping a second column for the numbers that mattered. The storefronts became funnels, washing gambling revenue from Cicero to Joliet, converting dirty dollars into neat bank deposits. Vic's operation ran quietly, almost primly, and that was exactly why the Giordano outfit noticed. In 1957, Anthony Tone Giordano invited Vic to dinner at a private booth in the Green Mill Lounge. Tone spoke softly, as if disclosure itself were impolite. The outfit's gambling take had outgrown back-alley pickups. It needed a laundromat that did not smell of bleach. Vic's haberdasheries, with their brass door handles and polite mid-level clientele, were ideal. The deal was sealed over a single handshake. Vic would skim 5% of every laundered dollar. The outfit would guarantee protection and provide unlimited inventory. Unsold shipments billed, in theory, to out-of-state wholesalers that did not exist. Over the next decade, Vic used Taylor's chalk and needlepoint metaphors to train his clerks. Every counterfeit invoice must fit the real sales total as perfectly as a bespoke jacket. His insistence on detail earned him the nickname the Draper. By 1965, his network included a dry cleaning chain in Milwaukee, a gentleman's club in St. Louis, and a riverside casino boat registered under a cousin's name in Council Bluffs. Each enterprise looked unremarkable from the street. Together, they absorbed nearly $2 million a month, slipping it back into the banking system through understated, routine deposits. Yet power multiplies both assets and anxieties. Vic trusted only family, but cousins quarreled, siblings aged, and nephews dreamed of quicker glory. The quietest threat arrived in 1971, when a new federal agent in Chicago, Walter Price, began charting currency transaction reports at a time few bankers bothered with them. Price noticed that Rinaldi Menswear rarely exceeded 30 customers a day, yet its deposits rose steadily despite seasonal slumps. He marked the shop on a wall map, pinned it with red string to a series of cash buys on the Riverside Casino, and waited. Meanwhile, the outfit felt pressure from Detroit rivals encroaching on truck routes. Tone Giordano, gray-haired and newly cautious, ordered Vic to accelerate throughput, double the monthly wash within 6 months. Vic protested that such growth would wrinkle the fabric, but Tone reminded him that loyalty is measured in compliance. Vic complied. Deposits ballooned. So did Price's suspicions. By 1974, Price had assembled a small task force armed with quiet subpoenas. They leaned on freight clerks, cross-checked fabric orders, and found that Vic's flagship store claimed to sell 1,200 Italian silk ties each week, 6 times the entire Midwest's import volume. The numbers were impossibly elegant, and that elegance was the tell. Price kept his investigation sealed, biding time for one clean break in the stitching. It arrived through Vic's youngest cousin, Marco, who handled counting at the Council Bluffs Casino. Marco enjoyed slot machines more than accounting and siphoned $5,000 a night to cover losses. To the outfit, a missing $5,000 was a rounding error. To Price, it was leverage. Confronted with potential embezzlement charges, Marco crumpled quicker than cheap linen. He detailed every courier schedule, every code word: blue suit for $10,000, cufflink for $50,000, and, crucially, the exact dates ledgers were swapped between shops. On an icy dawn in February 1975, agents executed coordinated raids across Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. They entered Rinaldi Menswear politely, presenting Vic with a 40-page warrant as he arranged a window display of spring overcoats. Upstairs, they found the shadow ledgers, labeled only by Roman numeral, I through 12, January through December. Each ledger traced deposits to bogus wholesalers whose addresses led to vacant lots or shuttered warehouses. The trials were neither loud nor short. Vic faced 48 counts of racketeering, money laundering, and conspiracy. His defense leaned on respectability: bespoke suits, community donations, quiet charm. But numbers, like seams, tell their own truth. The jury took 2 days to convict. Tone Giordano died of heart failure before charges reached him. Some whispered he'd orchestrated his exit to avoid the stand. The outfit survived, shrinking, splintering, adapting as they do. Vic spent 23 years in federal prison, released in 1998 to a halfway house near Joliet, where he taught inmates how to hem pants and spoke little of silk ties or shadow ledgers. Walter Price retired the same year, his office wall bare now of red string and maps. Asked once whether the Rinaldi case had been worth the decades of quiet chase, he said only that good tailoring lasts when stitches are hidden, but even the finest suit unravels if one thread is pulled long enough. Otto Newman rented a narrow studio on Berlin's Kantstrasse in the autumn of 1968, advertising portrait sittings while you wait. His Leica clicked through baby photos and passport headshots for West German visa seekers. Yet Otto's true livelihood grew in the darkroom's red glow. There, among trays of fixer, he printed 2 sets of every roll. One for the client, another for a locked file box labeled numerically, never by name. The habit began innocently. Artists keep archives. But Otto soon realized the negatives revealed more than smiles. A junior minister entered with a French actress on his arm. A banker posed with stacks of unregistered bearer bonds. An East Berlin diplomat, traveling under cultural exchange papers, handed over vacation film showing restricted Soviet facilities. Each moment, frozen on cellulose, offered leverage. Otto cataloged them like chess pieces, suspecting one day he might need to move them. Opportunity arrived in 1972 when Dieter Deckelkraus, lieutenant for the Kreuzberg-based Hammerling Ring, brought a briefcase of undeclared cash for headshots intended for forged IDs. Otto obliged, ensuring Kraus saw the lens as an ally. After the sitting, he suggested a quieter banking method. Launder the money through limited edition photographic prints. Art, he explained, travels duty-free. Value is subjective. Buyers are discreet. Kraus listened, intrigued by the balance of culture and concealment. Otto produced a plan. He would stage monthly private salons, exhibiting large silver gelatin prints signed in looping script. Hammerling couriers would bid on the artwork, pay with cash, then resell overnight to shell collectors in Zurich, recording a tidy, legal profit. Otto retained a commission, Kraus laundered thousands, and guests enjoyed canapés beneath Moody Street scenes shot on Tri-X. By 1974, the salons had migrated to Hamburg and Munich. Each framed print represented 30 to 50,000 marks in scrubbed capital. Success bred ambition. Kraus pushed for heavier throughput, multiple editions, international fairs. Otto warned that scarcity was the shield. Overprint and customs agents notice. The lieutenant insisted. To meet quotas, Otto began minting fictional collectors who supposedly consigned works back to him at inflated estimates, an inward spiral of valuation. He forged provenance letters on Italian stationery he bought near the Vatican, aging the pages with cigarette smoke and tea stains. Enter Gertrude Vogel, a tax investigator with a side passion for photography. While attending a Hamburg fair in 1976, she noticed 3 unique Otto Newman prints, identical negatives, different titles. Rarity, she knew, defined price. Duplicates smelled of fraud. Back in her office, she cross-checked sales certificates and found payments clustering around cash-heavy construction companies tied to Hammerling shell entities. Suspicion prompted a covert audit codenamed Blend, Aperture. Meanwhile, the Hammerling ring fractured over narcotics disputes. Kraus feared an internal coup and instructed Otto to transfer archives to a Frankfurt storage unit, insisting no duplicates exist. Otto, protective of his leverage, retained one key box, negative file number 47, containing every incriminating portrait since 1968. He hid it behind false drywall in the studio, convinced that information, not art, was his safety. Gertrude's team subpoenaed gallery ledgers, discovering that prints bounced between the same buyers and sellers, each time appreciating just enough to siphon laundering fees, but not enough to trigger cultural asset controls. She requested surveillance. Plainclothes officers attended an October 1978 salon, where Kraus, sweating beneath gallery lights, whispered bidding cues to two couriers. Cameras captured the choreography. Probable cause solidified. On December 3, 1978, before dawn, investigators raided Otto's studio. Chemicals still cooled in trays. The air smelled of fixer and faint vanilla from drying prints. They seized financial ledgers wrapped in lens cloth, shipping manifests for crates labeled fragile glassware, and the hidden box of negatives, discovered after a hammer tap revealed hollow plaster. Otto, seated on a wooden stool, faced Gertrude across the light table. She slid a contact sheet forward. The junior minister with the actress, the banker with bonds, Kraus grinning over counterfeit passports. Quiet filled the room like unexposed film. Charges ranged from tax evasion to conspiracy and possession of blackmail materials. Otto weighed options. He could surrender Hammerling names, burying Kraus and earning leniency, or cling to silence and hope the ring's dwindling loyalty protected him. That night, news bulletins reported Kraus had died in an alleged nightclub accident. A fall down metal stairs no witnesses saw. Loyalty, Otto concluded, was already bankrupt. He negotiated. In exchange for decoding ledger aliases and authenticating negative timestamps, Otto insisted on two conditions: preservation of original prints in a national photography archive, and witness relocation under a new identity where he might still work with cameras. Gertrude, admiring his technical precision if not his ethics, acquiesced. Court testimony the following spring dismantled the Hammerling laundering branch. 8 shell directors faced prison, and art market regulations tightened to require export licenses for high-value prints. Otto was sentenced to 4 years, reduced to 28 months for cooperation. Behind prison walls, he ran the inmate ID photo booth, ensuring each shot met bureaucratic standards. Upon release in 1981, he resettled in a Danish seaside town as Erik Norling, photographing fishermen and gulls for local postcards, images as transparent as the salt air, carrying no secrets in their grains. Visitors sometimes remark on the clarity of his black and white horizons. He thanks them, never mentioning the studio on Kantstrasse or the box of negatives now sealed in a federal archive. Yet when twilight darkens his small darkroom, Erik still watches silver crystals bloom under red light and remembers that every image captures not only what stands before the lens, but also the unseen transactions hovering just beyond the frame. Maurice Carlyle opened the Blue Lantern Jazz Club on Frith Street in the spring of 1961, when London still smoked from post-war austerity and every basement seemed to echo with saxophones. At 29, Maurice blended two talents: the smooth timing of a swing drummer and the rigorous neatness of a chartered accountant. In the afternoons, he balanced books for a small firm in Holborn. At night, he checked ticket stubs, adjusted the house piano stool, and listened to horn solos curl into the ceiling. Most patrons assumed the club survived on whiskey sales and late-night jam sessions. In truth, its greatest revenue came from figures Maurice never printed on the menu. His first silent partner was Albert "Bertie" Rowe, an East End fixer who supplied the club with smuggled scotch at half market price. Bertie noticed that Maurice filed meticulous cash summaries each dawn, reconciling every shilling. Such discipline, he mused, could polish rougher earnings. He proposed a discreet service. The Blue Lantern would inflate nightly ticket totals and bar tabs, absorbing Bertie's betting shop proceeds before banking them as legitimate cash. Maurice hesitated. He loved jazz, not jail, but Bertie promised stability, and the club's mortgage loomed. One handshake under the stage lights began a laundering pipeline masked by bebop and cigarette haze. Word spread among London's underworld as swiftly as a trumpet cadenza. Within 5 years, the Blue Lantern reported sellout crowds 6 nights a week, even during midwinter fogs when chairs sat empty. Extra patrons existed only in ledger columns, their imaginary tips smoothing quayside smuggling profits and protection fees from Soho clip joints. Maurice diversified, forming Blue Note Distribution, a shell company that claimed to export British jazz records to Sweden, Norway, and improbably Liechtenstein. Each phantom shipment disguised cash transfers to Swiss holdings, justified by bogus royalty statements. By 1973, new value-added tax regulations required detailed invoices for entertainment venues. Maurice adapted quickly, hiring his cousin Lillian, a former civil service clerk, to fabricate audience surveys, artist contracts, even lighting rig receipts. The Blue Lantern glowed softly in newspapers as a cultural landmark. While backstage, brown envelopes changed hands to keep fire inspectors satisfied that capacity matched the swollen figures on the books. Success, however, attracts louder tempos. Stanley Stan Gray, a rising racketeer with ties to South London hijack crews, demanded entry into the laundering loop. He offered volume, truckload robberies along the M25 generated bundles that needed washing weekly. Maurice, wary of attention, capped the club's throughput at a tidy 8,000 pounds per night. Stan wanted double. Tension simmered like a muted trumpet solo, unresolved but thick with warning. Enter Dorothy Finch, a quiet investigator at Her Majesty's Customs and Excise. Fascinated by export rebate fraud, she saw patterns where others saw noise. While auditing small record labels in 1982, she noted that Blue Note Distribution claimed to ship more LPs overseas than Britain's entire jazz market press that year. Curious, she visited the Blue Lantern on a rainy Thursday, buying a single ticket at the door. The club, half full, hardly matched the nightly 300 guest figures declared in VAT returns. She made notes in a small black book and slipped away before the encore. Around the same time, Eddie Wells, the club's resident saxophonist, fell behind on alimony and gambling debts. One night, he discovered a box of surplus ticket rolls in Morris's locked office while searching for bourbon. Realizing the rolls' serial numbers never matched till totals, Eddie photographed them. Desperation led him to freelance reporter Martin Keane, who paid £500 for the pictures and a taped confession describing how chairs were counted twice, sometimes thrice, to pad attendance. Keane's Sunday expose, Phantom Audiences of Soho, did not name the Blue Lantern but described its layout so precisely that regulars needed no hint. Dorothy Finch pounced, cross-referencing the article with her export irregularities. She assembled a task force of tax officers and metropolitan police, dubbing the probe Operation Downbeat. Warrants brewed while Maurice, sensing heat, prepared a contingency. He shifted bulk cash through Stan Gray's warehouse, planning to shutter the club for renovations and vanish to Valencia. Stan had other plans. Fearing that closure would freeze his laundering spigot, he threatened Maurice in the alley behind the club, brass-knuckled hand resting on a crate of drum cymbals. Maurice agreed to keep doors open another month, buying himself time. It was 1 month too long. At dawn on May 18, 1984, investigators swept into the Blue Lantern. They cataloged ledgers, seized false export forms, and traced cash logs to smugglers already on customs watch lists. Maurice stood beneath the stage's soft blue bulbs, hands steady, as officers counted and used ticket rolls identical to numbers logged months earlier. Stan Gray, arrested the same morning at his warehouse, cursed Morris's caution too late. The trial at the Old Bailey wound through summer, expert witnesses debating jazz economics versus plausible seating capacity. Lillian's forged invoices unraveled under forensic ink analysis. Export board officials confirmed that no shipments reached Scandinavia in years. Faced with overwhelming arithmetic, Maurice pleaded guilty to conspiracy to launder and tax evasion. He received 10 years, reduced to 7 for cooperation mapping Stan's wider network. Stan drew 12. The Blue Lantern closed, its sign removed, the basement silent except for distant underground rumbles. In 1991, Maurice emerged on parole, hair thinner, rhythm intact. He settled in Margate, teaching bookkeeping at a community college and volunteering at a seaside arts cafe that hosted Sunday jazz trios. Dorothy Finch, later promoted to assistant commissioner, kept a framed Blue Lantern ticket on her office shelf. A reminder, she told new recruits, that numbers may dance as elegantly as music, but the wrong notes eventually catch the ear of someone who listens carefully enough. Would you like the next story? At first glance, Marion Marnie Ellsworth seemed unsuited to crime. In 1966, she was 32, wore horn-rimmed glasses, and managed the municipal archive in Cleveland's Beaux-Arts City Hall. Her days revolved around microfiche reels, brittle planning maps, and the hush of high ceilings. Yet what outsiders missed was the peculiar vantage the archive provided. Every zoning variance, land use appeal, and infrastructure bond passed through Marnie's stamping tray before it reached council chambers. She could trace a developer's ambition long before ground was broken or a headline appeared. That knowledge intrigued Arthur Kessler, a construction magnate whose crews poured half the city's post-war concrete. After a chance hallway encounter, Kessler invited Marnie to luncheon under the pretext of donating shelving to the archive. Between spoonfuls of clam chowder, he asked whether she ever noticed patterns in permit filings. Lots rezoned commercial a week before estates sold, or floodplain easements lifted overnight. Marnie admitted she had. Kessler proposed a partnership. She would quietly steer him toward parcels poised for profitable reclassification, and he, in return, would endow the archive's preservation fund. The offer appealed to both her civic pride and her dormant appetite for influence. She accepted, stipulating that no bribes be paid in her name. Kessler agreed. Information alone would tilt the board. The scheme matured with librarian precision. Marnie created a coded card catalog, blue tabs for impending highway spurs, green for public school expansions, red for industrial abatements. Each card listed parcel numbers and committee schedules, never owners. On Tuesday evenings, after the reading room closed, she photographed the week's new cards with a Rolleiflex, dropped the film into a manila envelope, and tucked it behind a false spine labeled Census, 1880. Kessler's courier collected the envelope every Thursday at dusk. Invoices for conservation flat file cabinets later reimbursed her with a quiet bonus. Within 3 years, Kessler's land bank doubled. He bought cheap row house blocks days before renewal grants, flipped corner lots slated for interstate ramps, and sold warehouse sites to a plastics firm lured by tax holidays. City Hall buzzed about his clairvoyance, yet audits found only luck and attentive attorneys. Meanwhile, Marnie's archive acquired new humidity controls and a state-of-the-art microfilm reader, accolades she accepted modestly. But precision breeds pattern, and pattern attracts scrutiny. In 1970, junior reporter Leo Park from the Cleveland Herald analyzed rezoning minutes for a series on urban displacement. He noticed Kessler's LLCs surfaced, without fail, just ahead of council votes. Curious how anyone could predict such opaque agendas, he filed a public records request for original variance applications. The clerk routed him to the archive. Marnie greeted Leo with professional courtesy, pulling boxes onto oak tables. She felt composed until he asked to see earlier drafts of a freeway spur map that, by protocol, should have been shredded once superseded. Those drafts revealed the spur's path shifting east, onto land Kessler had bought. Marnie stalled, citing ongoing conservation cataloging, and promised to locate them later. Leo, sensing obstruction, jotted her name into his notebook. At Kessler's next pickup meeting, always staged in a dim record storage aisle, Marnie relayed the reporter's interest. Kessler dismissed it. Newspapers cycled fast, yet tension crept into his handshake. He suggested pausing document exchanges. Marnie, relying on a promised year-end grant to finish fireproof vault renovations, pressed for one final transfer covering a scheduled riverfront redevelopment. Kessler reluctantly agreed. Leo intensified research. He mapped 12 Kessler purchases against rezoning timelines, producing a statistical outlier a city planner later called precognition on ledger paper. He tracked courier license plate numbers leaving the archive after hours, tracing them to a shell firm listed at Kessler's headquarters. Armed with photographs, he approached the county prosecutor, who in turn requested a sealed grand jury subpoena for archive access logs. Marnie discovered the subpoena when a bailiff arrived unannounced, demanding sign-in sheets and key cabinet records. Her ordered world tilted. She considered destroying the color tab catalog. One match would erase the trail, but preservation instinct warred with self-preservation. Instead, she transferred the cards into a banker's box, slid it into a bunker-style map case, and labeled it Seismic Survey 1935, accurate enough to discourage casual inspection. For days later, agents executed a search warrant, uncovering the hidden cards after a clerk misshelved inventories and exposed the ruse. Each color tab corresponded to a council docket, dates aligned with Kessler's purchases. The quiet archive erupted into flashing cameras. Marnie was arrested among the very filing cabinets she once championed, charged with conspiracy, insider dealing, and breach of public trust. In interviews, she maintained composure, requesting tea and quoting archiving statutes, until prosecutors offered a path. Testify to Kessler's use of privileged municipal data, identify any council aides who leaked preliminary maps, and the state would recommend a lenient sentence, allowing her eventual return to library work, though never again in government. She bargained for one more clause: funding to complete the fireproof vault so irreplaceable 19th century plats would survive regardless of her fate. The state, anticipating good press, conceded. During trial, Marnie explained the scheme like a cataloging lecture, logical, chronological, bloodless. Jurors listened, equal parts impressed and dismayed. Kessler received 8 years for racketeering and was fined enough to finance the very public housing his deals had stalled. 2 council aides resigned under ethics violations. As promised, the fireproof vault was completed, carrying a brass plaque bearing no donor's name. Marnie served 26 months in a minimum security women's facility, managing the library cart and teaching inmates basic archival care. Upon release in 1974, she relocated to a quiet town in upstate New York, cataloging local history ephemera under the name Marion Ellis. Visitors note the meticulous subject headings and the subtle color dots on each call slip, now merely aids for shelving, nothing more. Yet when she closes the library at dusk, she pauses at the map cabinet, running her hand across steel drawers, reminded that information is neither moral nor corrupt until someone chooses how to file it, and what they demand in exchange for the key. The Grand Neptune Casino opened its doors on Atlantic City's boardwalk in the summer of 1991, just after twilight laws were loosened and neon seemed to outshine the sea. Tourists noticed the polished marble floors, the uniformed croupiers, and the ceiling mural of mythic sea gods. They did not notice Lenny Duarte, a mild-mannered accounting manager who walked the floor each night with a small leather notebook, jotting balances no tourist would ever see. Lenny grew up 3 blocks inland, the son of a barber and a crossing guard, blessed with a photographic memory for numbers and an almost monastic dislike of attention. He studied bookkeeping at community college, joined the Grand Neptune during its construction phase, and by opening day was already trusted to reconcile cage receipts. In theory, every chip leaving the cage accompanied a matching entry on the mainframe. In practice, chips flowed like tidewater, and Lenny alone tracked the undertow. The casino's majority owner was Dominic "Dom" Caruso, a former Newark vending machine distributor rumored, politely, to have silent partners in North Jersey's DeCavalcante crew. Dom understood showmanship better than spreadsheets. On opening week, he pulled Lenny aside and spoke in the lilting confidence of an uncle giving life advice. Neptune needed some flexibility in its daily drop counts. A portion of high roller cash would bypass the books, he explained, so that certain friends could re-enter it later as clean gaming revenue. Lenny, who had never broken a rule stronger than a parking meter, felt the room contract, then nodded. He was 27, paying off his mother's medical bills, and the request came wrapped in paternal charm. The mechanism proved simple. Each midnight, when machines reset, Lenny printed a provisional drop report, marking it draft. Before dawn, he received a manila envelope from Dom's nephew Vince containing raw cash totals from private baccarat salons. Lenny subtracted those figures from the draft, destroying the first printout and filing the doctored version under final. The skimmed money traveled in armored vans to a small coin-sorting warehouse on the edge of town, was swapped for cashier's checks, and cycled back through the casino as winnings claimed by pre-selected players, school teacher cousins of crew members, a retired plumber, a violinist who played one weekend a month. For 2 years, the tide rolled smoothly. Regulatory audits skimmed surface data. External accountants trusted Neptune's IBM system, never suspecting the midnight drafts that disappeared like foam. Lenny's only written record fit into that leather notebook, tiny columns noting subtractions with the cryptic letter M for mirror, meaning the money would soon reflect back as legitimate. In 1993, competition stiffened. New casinos sprouted along the boardwalk, and Dom demanded bigger mirrors, $100,000 nightly instead of $40,000. Lenny reminded him that casinos filed currency transaction reports for anything above $10,000. Dom smiled, said the feds were busy chasing drug cartels, and ordered another round of Greek god statuary to distract tourists. The skim doubled. Meanwhile, Patricia Trish Calder, a young analyst at the Treasury Department's fledgling financial crimes network, began mapping unusually regular cashier's checks issued by the same coin-sorting warehouse. The payees, those pensioners and violinists, always cashed in at the Grand Neptune, always on Monday mornings, always for sums just under $10,000. Calder flagged the pattern, nicknamed it Poseidon, and asked New Jersey Gaming Enforcement for soft audit assistance. The task fell to senior auditor Mike Trelevin, a stoic ex-IRS examiner who believed most fraud revealed itself in the gaps between first drafts and final statements. During an unannounced spot check in August 1994, he requested Neptune's raw midnight reports. Front office clerks, unaware such drafts existed, paged Lenny in mild panic. Lenny hurried down, heart hammering, leather notebook tucked inside his blazer. Trelevin's polite eyes seemed to weigh silence itself. Lenny stalled, claiming the system overwrote drafts automatically. Trelevin, unimpressed, imaged the mainframe and left, promising follow-up subpoenas. That evening, Dom convened an emergency meeting in the penthouse suite. Vince advocated burning the notebooks and shifting operations to a new riverboat venture in Louisiana. Dom disagreed. Destroying records signaled guilt. Better, he said, to weather the inquiry, charm regulators, and blame any discrepancies on software glitches. He instructed Lenny to keep everything operating, exactly as before. Pressure distorted Lenny's neat world. He miskeyed figures, slept in 30-minute bursts, flinched at every elevator bell. One dawn, he discovered Vince waiting in the counting room, sleeves rolled, pistol holstered in plain sight. Vince said regulators would soon interview staff, and stories had to match. Anyone wavering might take a vacation they won't return from. He tapped the leather notebook, reminding Lenny that paper could sink or float. The interview arrived on a rain-slick Tuesday. Trelevin and Calder sat across from Lenny in a narrow office smelling of copier toner. They asked why cashier's checks mirrored cage drops within 48 hours. Lenny's rehearsed answers collapsed under follow-up questions about draft reports. Calder produced a screen print from the mainframe backup, showing file headers labeled DRFT_01. Lenny felt his pulse loud in his ears. For the first time since accepting Dom's paternal handshake, he pictured prison bars and his mother alone in a small clapboard house. Calder ended the session gently. "We believe you kept notes. If you'd like to help, now is kinder than later." Lenny hesitated, then handed over the leather notebook without a word. The pages told everything: dates, amounts, initials M. It was enough. On November 3rd, 1994, federal agents and state troopers converged on the Grand Neptune at sunrise. Gamblers still chased jackpots while officers seized hard drives, coin wrappers, and Dom's gilded Poseidon statue. Dom was indicted on 22 counts of money laundering and structuring, Vince on 19, Lenny on 6. At trial, Lenny testified in measured, sorrowful tones, explaining mirrors and midnight drafts. His cooperation reduced his sentence to 18 months in a minimum security camp. Dom received 12 years, Vince 9. The Grand Neptune never reopened. Its marble floors cracked under humidity, and the mural peeled away until only dim outlines of sea gods remained. Upon release, Lenny moved inland to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where he kept books for a farm equipment dealership and volunteered evenings teaching budgeting at a local community center. When asked about casinos, he said only that numbers can look like waves, beautiful from a distance, deadly when you're caught beneath the surface.